ati agenda yao ni Kasongo, one term must go. Sasa nyinyi watu wa Nyeri, hata mkipima one term Kasongo must go, hiyo ni sera. Na mimi sisemi kwa kuwaonea, watakuja hapa, si watakuja hapa kuwatembelea, watawaambia tu hiyo maneno tatu.
He went on to repeat claims that Wiper leader and former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka has nothing to show for his long stint in leadership.
Si kila mtu anachukuliwa na ile kazi amefanya. Si mimi nitakuja hapa na ile kazi nimefanya. Kama ni ya barabara si nitawaonyesha. Kama ni ya kusomesha watoto nitawaonyesha. Kama ni ya matibabu nitawaonyesha. Si nyinyi mtaamua. Si kila mtu akuje na agenda yake. Jameni, tuache fitina mingi. Unajua kuna mjamaa mmoja nilimuuliza juzi, wewe ulikuwa hapa kiongozi miaka 50, hakuna shule umejenga, hakuna kanisa umejenga, hakuna barabara umejenga, hakuna stima umeunganisha, hata barabara ya kwenda yako kwako ni vumbi na matope. Akasema hapana, sio 50 years, ni 40 years. Sasa 40 na 50 iko tofauti.
LSK presidential hopeful Peter Wanyama has condemned orders by Nakuru High Court Judge Samuel Muhochi barring public entities from hiring external law firms. In a statement, Wanyama said lawyers are under attack and vowed to move to court to quash the directives, which he termed as unconstitutional and a threat to the legal profession. His statement came hours after Justice Muhochi suspended the engagement, procurement, continuation and pending payments to private advocates and law firms by all public entities, pending the hearing and determination of a constitutional petition filed by Senator Kiom Tata and others. Education CS Julius Ogamba has strongly condemned recent remarks by some politicians suggesting that national schools should only admit students from their local communities. He was speaking when he toured secondary schools in Muranga to supervise the grade 10 learners reporting. Ogamba emphasized that national schools are meant to serve learners from all parts of the country, warning that such statements are necessarily causing anxiety among parents and guardians.
We must differentiate between the national school status of a school and issues relating to development of infrastructure of those schools using the CDF. Some of the institutions we are talking about were not built by CDF. They've been there for a very, very long time. CDF just came a number of years ago. So let us differentiate that because it could send the wrong signal. Let us desist from making statements that might have very negative impact in our institutions.
Tanzanian security forces fired on fleeing protesters and carried out execution-style killings during election unrest last year, according to a report released yesterday that verified online images alongside drone and satellite footage. The Center for Information Resilience, a UK-based independent organization that carries out digital investigations, collected and analyzed evidence from the unrest that broke out during the October 29 election in Tanzania. Violent protests erupted after the government of President Samia Suluhu Hassan was accused of barring her main opponent and carrying out a spate of abductions and murders ahead of the election. The opposition says at least 2,000 people were killed by security forces in days of unrest that was hard to document, as the government had blocked foreign journalists from entering the country and imposed a curfew and total internet blackout for several days. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
Presidency is fairly interesting in the sense that it will actually take us to a new consciousness.
Swali zile watu waulizi na swali muuliza na shangala ni aje, kwani huku kunaendaje?
30 billion shillings annually on travel alone in public service.
A Kenyan can even demonstrate every single day of his life that Ruto must go. That is the only message of his demonstration. That is his right.
That bribe blinds the eyes of the wise and subverts the cause of those who are in the right.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Denis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around. Why don't tell me what is
Well, first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, stagi kuongea. Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing politics of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust.
For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
If we just gloss over issues and hope that time heals, then we might find that in generations to come, we might be back at the same situation. And the whole thing is born of stolen elections.
Spice.
When it comes to the decisions you make, you must be independent. There's no way you can allow one institution to dictate to you how you're going to conduct your operations, how you're going to decide cases. It's a no.
When you weaken the institution to the point where they cannot take action, then you realize that politicians have to come up and now start dealing with the issues.
That conversation has to die. Our politicians do not like the hard stuff. We must insist on the path of doing things right, whether popular or unpopular.
Money changes hands. That is a fact. If you have political goodwill at the highest top, like in Rwanda, then corruption will be an issue of the past. If you don't have political goodwill at the top, we will pass laws, we will amend laws, we will continue passing laws and re-amending laws, and nothing will happen.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who were initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you. You saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do. Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit is itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
SRC's mandate is constitutional. It's not an advice. It's actually something you must do.
Must do. Like now you abandon, of course, the narrative of Wheelbarrow, Mutomjengo, Mamamboga, and all those, that rosy narrative.
Your expenditure is 3.3 trillion, and you're collecting only 2.5. Out of that 2.5, you're spending 1.8 trillion to service loans and so forth.
That the CDF kit is itself a symptom of corruption.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay. Good morning. Wait, say it again. Say it again.
Good morning.
Very good.
How are you?
Me? Somebody, let me just say. Let me just say it. Somebody decided that if the show starts at 6, that it's okay that you be picked, brought at 5:45. I'm going to say. Because I will not suffer. I will not suffer in silence.
Don't suffer.
I will not be made to look like the Mad Hatter alone when we're all drinking these poisoned waters.
From the poisoned chalice.
Jamani.
Okay. Pole.
Where?
Good to see you.
Good morning. Let me not start with lamentation.
Don't start with the book of Lamentations. We will open the book of Lamentations later.
Because I've got the joy of the Lord in my heart. I even have a lime. And when life gives you lemons, I'll be lime. You make lemonade.
Lemonade.
Joyline utanisaidia kutengeneza hiyo lemonade. I have a lime. Because at this rate, tunaenda,
Singapore.
Yes. So I'm living in practicality. When life gives you lemons,
you make lemonade.
Uko salama leo asubuhi lakini?
Yeah, I could be better though.
You could be.
Yeah.
Share.
Yeah.
Nini mbaya?
No. It's just one of those days, man. But also, today is pretty heavy day for the Asetos. Mama is going to be wheeled in today. She has a procedure tomorrow. So, I think that as well is playing a number. Yeah.
I can imagine. But, like I always say, you've done everything that you need to do.
Yeah, true.
And now you leave the rest to
Allah.
Kabisa.
Because
He knows. Yeah. He'll take care of it. And, as we always say, it'll end in praise as it most often does.
True.
So we pray for her for strength.
She's going to be
and that everybody who lays a hand on her today will do so with the grace of heaven and she will be fine.
Yes.
she'll be fine. Kila mtu ako salama. Let me just even arrange myself inside this chair properly and move it forward, and then now look as though somebody is ready to go. Sindio?
Kabisa.
All right. Joyline, uko salama? Wave even to the crowd. I have the lime, the lemon. Awuor, you're doing well? Kila mtu, good morning, karibu sana, and welcome to this Tuesday, the 13th of January. We're getting into conversations this morning. The Situation Room starts now. It's Kenya's biggest conversation, and as we get into Tuesday, a number of things are happening. If you're going to go by what happens on the news and things that you see in the headlines and who says what and who did the other, these are the conversations that we'll have. Let me let you in on what we'll be talking about this morning. We're going to kick things off today with, I think, is the DCP chair. Okoh party chair.
Nairobi.
Okay, Nairobi. All of this is starting to confuse me properly. He is the he is the Nairobi DCP patron.
Yes.
He was formerly of the Farmers Party. We'll have to ask him if he's still doing that. He was also a former Pessah chairman, and did a number of other things. Also served as the permanent secretary in government.
Yes.
Odongo will be with us this morning at 8 o'clock. We'll be talking about the presidential optics and all of this, what it looks like. Of course, we see that perhaps somebody else is being thrown into the ring. So that conversation will be had at 8. Before that, at 7 o'clock, we'll talk with Reverend Tony Kiama of he's the lead pastor at the River of God Church, together with Reverend Dr. Elias Otieno Adola, who is the chairperson of the NCCK, Moral Authority on Trial, who speaks for Kenya's conscience. We'll have that conversation at 7. And then we'll wrap things up at 9 o'clock with Julius Mbura, who is the head of advocacy at Enable, and Jean Okoh, who is a programs officer at Riziki Source. We'll be talking about Kenya's disability law and whether we're ready for action or not. Those are the conversations that we will be having today. All right. As we get into it, let's start with today's proverb.
So we are still in Burkina Faso, right? So, no, not Burkina Faso, Algeria. Oi, mi bado niko last week. Anyway, yeah. So we are in Algeria. And as we continue talking about Algeria yesterday, we see 80 to 90% of the country is covered, is a desert pretty much. So majority of the people, majority of the population live next to the sea where there is Mediterranean weather. And the proverb that we get today, speak kindly or refrain from talking. Simple as that. Speak kindly or refrain from talking.
One of my high school teachers was called Mr. Sinan, and Mr. Sinan used to say, if you can't say something nice, don't say anything at all. If it doesn't build up, if it doesn't educate, if it doesn't inform, if it's for casting down or tearing down, shut up.
Shut up.
Okay, maybe that's it.
Nope. It's just the rawest form of saying it. Yeah. If you have nothing to say, just shut up.
Yep. That's it.
If you have nothing that builds the society, that makes the society better, just don't say anything.
Yeah.
Lock yourself in a room and shut up, or just be in the room and not say anything. We don't need it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So if you're not, you got to bring something. If you're not bringing it, then thanks. You can keep it out.
Thanks, man. Thanks, bye.
Yeah, thanks and goodbye. Basically, that's what we're doing. I like that proverb. Indeed, something that we can all emulate in one way or another. All right. Saying a very good morning to everybody, and let's say hi to you as we get into things today. Hey, where are we? Where are we? Good morning, everybody, and thank you for tuning in. As you tune in from different parts of the world and also right here terrestrial radio, we're just saying a very good morning to you and thank you for tuning in. Our live streams are up on YouTube, on Facebook, and on X. And a very good morning to our audience on KTN this morning as we get into conversations. I know that some of you are going to bed on a different side of the world, and some of you are waking up with us this morning, and so we want to say thank you for doing that. If I can just find you, that would be great. on my phone. Maybe we can start with you, Dennis. Who do you see saying good morning?
Yes, who else? We start with Don Sabwa. Today there is no good morning, but good morning to you, Don Sabwa. Ndu, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Team, how are we? Fine, thank you. Right? Kindly ask Aseto, now we'll ask Ndu. Who is the benefactor of ODM wrangles? Who will lose if they unite?
That's a very good question, for which I don't have an answer at this point.
I have another question to respond to that question, right?
Yeah.
Does ODM want to be united? Robert Mbogo, good morning from Mombasa. We have Daniel Kesa, who is, good morning, tuned in from Atiak in Uganda. We have Carrier Peter. Good morning from Mombasa. The sun does not announce its rising. Only those awake receive the warmth. Right? The sun will always come up, but for you to enjoy its benefits, you must wake up and enjoy it, right? And Tibbs Muge, good morning. SpiceFM team, good morning to you. Leo, hello, Princess Ndu. How are you? Aseto, niko salama. Khamenei might be a dictator, but he exposes coup attempt by US and Israel. Even with economic hardship, Iranians' protest shouldn't be ignored. You know, we see what is happening in Iran, and questions arise. You know, who exactly wants Khamenei to go? And as well as, good morning, Spice family. I have a lawyer friend who tells me that county governments are the real cash cows for lawyers. The fees charged are out of this world, and it's encouraged by the county. That is Jimmy Munuthi, who also says the fees cannot be qualified and they are the first to be paid when pending bills are acted upon. Please, judge did good. You know, pending bills in the country is a problem that continues to exist, and it is a problem that needs to be addressed, you know. Yes. And we go to Dr. Venvek. Morning, Wadao. Morning to you. Bernard Ogamba, waiting to hear that booming authoritative voice from the only one, Ndu. How is it pronounced? Yeah, it's Ndu. Honestly, admire everything, including the huge mass. And Ndu Okoh, not okay. They are correcting themselves in there on how to pronounce it.
Inside. Thank you.
That is David Mangero and Jennifer Etanyi. Good morning, Denis and fellow Spices fans. Do every Monday bring a speaker like that professor guy of yesterday, so that we are reminded lest we forget. Have a great day. Did you have a professor yesterday?
He was a doctor. He wasn't a professor. Yeah.
Yes. And Eric Awuor, good morning, guys. Good morning to you, Rimtula Omar. Kenyans, we can win a gold medal in the Olympics of complaining. Are we complaining, raising your voice and just demanding accountability? Is it complaining?
Speaking the truth.
Speaking the truth. Speak truth to power. I think it is right that we do so, and it's time that Kenyans spoke up. And Evans Dande, good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well. Tuned in from Sony Sugar Company, Abaria Awendo. Evans, good morning to you. Rahim Tulomar, best of luck to Mama Aseto, successful procedure. Yes, indeed. Asante Sana, Rahim Tula. And Hussein Kelvin, good morning, Spice Sugar. Eco Kenya, don't let farmers suffer. Let's make noise. Call those in charge to explain why our parents have to suffer because of our leaders. Yes, indeed. We have sugar in the country. If only we had policies that support farmers and support these factories, perhaps the sugar industry would be a winning industry. And Sheila Masasabi, good morning to your sort of family. Aseto, as Ndu says, it will end in praise. We let God. Amen to that. And simply think before you speak, as you can't take it back. That is Ramtulomar responding to the proverb today. And Sheila Masase, I want to resonate with Aseto. It almost seems like ODM prefers the chaos and wrangles. Do they really want to be united? Is the question today, because who exactly is speaking for ODM today? You know, everybody seems to be speaking on behalf of ODM. And Ivan Omondi, morning, all morning to you. Boniface, silence is an answer. If you got nothing good to say, keep quiet. Yes, indeed. Bwangi Juma, good morning, Spice FM. How are you all this blessed Tuesday? Tuko salama inawezekana. Yes, indeed. And Ref says, bring Aisho Speed. Aisho Speed, you're invited to Spice FM. If you're listening, Karibu. We've invited him. And to everybody who's listening in on terrestrial or on other platforms, tunasema karibuni sana.
Kabisa, everybody, thank you for being in this morning as you do. And for those of you who keep streaming in as we get into the room, thank you so much for doing that. And let's join into the conversations. Kabisa, and everybody a very, very, very good morning and thank you. All right, let's look into the headlines. Quite a number of stories to go through this morning. On the front page of Kenya's bold newspaper, The Standard, Ruto Owalo game. The word after that is game. And I have to admit that when I first saw it, I was like,
Yeah.
What are the odds that one of your point men is going to then decide that he's going to throw his hat into the ring? But this is just me being speculative and conspiratorial, but okay. When a deputy chief of staff who's loved in government protocols is understood to be at cabinet level announced his departure, the message was intercepted in many ways. One interpretation is that this was not a routine administrative shuffle. Observers now believe that either the office he was serving is dysfunctional or that Eliud Owalo is being dispatched to play a role in the larger 2027 Ruto matrix. Only a few have accepted Owalo's claim that he left President Ruto's office to contest the presidency in 2027. So,
yes,
there's a saying in French, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more things change, the more they remain
the same. Plus ça change.
Plus ça change. Plus ça change. Plus c'est la même chose.
Yes. There's one thing that is same in that entire statement is a change. It's same across board.
So I'm just saying that, you know, it could look a little bit different, but perhaps what you're seeing is the same thing in the background. And there are those who've lent their voices to this debate already. The senator for Kisii is Richard Onyonka. He says, with the passing of Raila, many people in Nyanza will pretend to run for the presidency. History tells us that in Kenya, we always only have two horse races, the president and the opposition. Anyone else will be seen as a spoiler. After all, that is how Kalonzo Musyoka got his famous watermelon.
Alipita katikati yao.
Exactly. Minnie Odhiambo, who is a minority whip in the National Assembly as well as the Member of Parliament for Suba North, says a presidential bid would be hot air, a wild goose chase, and a fool's errand if he does not vie in UDA. He becomes a kingpin of a smaller party that then fights out against ODM. Tony Gashoka, who is the KANU spokesman, says his decisions to vie for the presidency is both strategic and selfish. Strategic because Ruto, who is desperate for the Luo Nyanza vote, has pinpointed him as a significant player. Selfish because he avoids going back to ODM to fight for space. Remember that he used to be an ODM member. Okay? He used to be in the party. So those are just things that we're looking at. It's a story that we'll look into.
Interesting times, man.
Very, very interesting.
You gotta love Kenyans,
politics.
Man.
I mean, and we're still on the 13th of January.
Yeah.
This is where we are. In terms of things, I Show Speed wins hearts in Kenya with viral stunts and cultural tour. It's on page 2.
Yeah,
he's a 20-year-old man who, if you didn't know who he was before today, that a lot of the things that he does on the internet are viral because he just does quick, fast-paced posts.
Yeah.
But if you want to ask yourself the question, about what?
Yes. Everything, pretty much.
Really, everything. And look at what he did in Kenya. He came, he stood at KICC. He did the famous Cristiano Ronaldo.
Yeah.
He went to the Masai Mara and he sang with the Morans and he did the Masai jumping. And then he had a world record 48 million people on a live stream at once.
360,000 new subs.
I mean, and he cried. I don't know if the cry was real, but hey, it's something that he... So if you did not know who he was before that, he is online sensation at 20 years old, and he did some amazing things. Of one of the amazing things that he did while he was here over the last 2 days is that he said, "Who's Ruto?
Who's Ruto? Who's Ruto, man? Who's Ruto?" And you see, another thing that you have to appreciate, you know, we have to give flowers, man. The Kenya government, so silent, so quiet, the things they pushed, chini ya maji, yo.
Affordable housing, do you?
Affordable housing is where basketball was being played at.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you look at even the jersey that he was wearing.
Yeah.
You know, it was a Harambee Stars jersey, but with...
Yeah, I should.
You know, Magical Kenya.
Exactly.
You know, it is Kenya Wildlife Chopper, you know, that is taking you around the city. And it was strategic on what they wanted to show the world. Because for a very long time, the African story has always been a story of poverty and hunger. But what I Show Speed has shown the world is, yo, Look,
let me tell you something. He put Kenya on the map.
On the map, yeah.
Absolutely, he did. And if that's, I mean, Kenya was on the map, but he put it out in grand style.
Yeah.
And who I have to give it to the person, because it was, number one, it was not President Ruto.
It was not.
The person who said, you know what, this is strategic for us, and since the world will be watching, how about we do 1, 2, 3? Yeah. That person, hello, deserves a raise.
I think if it's June from KTB, the tourism board,
that person deserves a raise.
You deserve a raise,
or something,
man.
Because well done on that. Yeah. So that was interesting to see. Of course, there'll be many more stories about coming out of that. Looking also probation, not prison, for mothers with children. High Court orders. You know what? There's a mixed bag of reactions about this, that really depending on what it is. So mothers with children, the court has said this is a big deal, because for the longest time, questions have been asked. A mother who has been convicted and then sentenced for whatever reason to prison, with a young child, what are you doing to that young child? Also depending on the term of the sentence.
The rights of the child at that point, what happens to them?
Have they been abrogated all this time? So this is interesting that Justice Nyakundi has said certain things. We'll look into this story because it's a big one. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. Police arrest 3 suspected members of a notorious criminal gang and recover firearm. We also saw that yesterday. They've been trying to find out what's been going on. This was in Uasin Gishu, but then we also saw that supposed criminal activities have been happening in the twin areas of South B and South C.
Yes.
And that gentleman was shot and killed just a couple of days ago. His parents said he was just going, for early morning prayers. The police said, you may not know this, but we've been tailing this guy for a minute, and he's one of this. Okay. ODM big split. It's a question. 2 top officials skip key meeting called by Oburu. The top officials that you might be wondering are Deputy, one Ms. Bwana Osotsi, and Secretary General Edwin Sifuna. Now, he was asked during this press conference after the meeting, where are these 2 gentlemen? And Osotsi is in South Africa, so he couldn't make the meeting, and he did send his apologies. And Edwin Sifuna also did send his apologies because he missed his flight to Kilifi, so he couldn't make the meeting. Okay. So apologies were given, so that's why they didn't make the meeting. And he gave a reason for it. Tawachiapo. Economic strain hits as senior school intakes begin nationwide. It's still going on. And we'll probably see for the rest of the week that a lot more intakes will happen. Right? The curse of the Pioneer CBE class, a journey marked by uncertainty. These fellas have been, every time. The current class 10, they're the ones who started this thing off. They were in class. They were in grade 3. Then they went to grade 6 and they sat the inaugural Pessah. And then they went to grade 7 with the first junior secondary school students, where they didn't learn much, for the first couple of terms. And then, now they're the ones who did the first selection of pathways when they were in grade 9. And they're now the first ones to be in the senior secondary school with Form 3s and Form 4s, where you have now a hybrid of curricula, being CBE and also being the last 2 classes of 844. That's what's looked at. Uganda, election fear and a fractured republic. 15th, 2 days from now, is the day that Ugandans go to the polls. A number of people are running for this position. Bobby Wine will run. I know you're looking for his official name.
Changulani.
Yeah, Changulani. He will run. Museveni is not even running, he's sitting, but he wants to be president again. While all this is happening, if I may remind you, one Dr. Kizza Besigye is still behind bars. Yes. He's been there for now 1 year and a month. Okay? In question, what are the charges? All Kizza Besigye needs to do is breathe in the streets of Entebbe or Kampala and he's arrested. My goodness. So this arrest took place in his should I say capture, seizure, whatever it was, took place in Kenya. And when he left Kenya, he has never seen a free light of day.
True.
He's been in and he would have been running for the election for all intents and purposes. So it's a country to watch. We'll watch and see what happens. We'll have a conversation about that and probably a post as well.
Do you ever ask yourself what these East African leaders discuss whenever they meet in these EAC meetings? especially on matters to do with human rights?
I do ask myself, and I think that those things don't ever come up because it is a difficult conversation.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what? I don't think it's a difficult conversation.
It is not.
I think it's not a conversation at all.
Yeah.
Because you can be sitting here thinking about human rights.
They don't.
They're not.
They don't.
So we can be here thinking, oh, it must be so hard for you to have to wade through these waters. But it's not, because it's not even considered.
Yeah.
Don't think about it.
Because look at it. Look at the East African countries, the countries that make East Africa the bloc, and the human rights question. Where are we?
Those conversations are like the proverbial fly that's bothering you when you're sitting at the table that you want to swat away. That's what it is. It's not anything else. This is the story that I was talking about. It's on page 12. So between South Sea, so the parents were mourning in South Sea. Embakasi police on the spot after the fatal shooting of a 19-year-old youth. We'll look at that as well. Congolese doctors sue now Health CS Douale over license renewal ban. Okay, so here we go, back and forth. In terms of what we're looking for. My goodness, you guys, if you were to look into the pages of Kenya's Bold newspaper we're just now on page 12, and I've skipped quite a number of stories, but the things that we're seeing back to back. Kin of teacher gone missing in Saudi Arabia now seeks help. Okay, there's a lot going on in Iran, and my friend on the op-eds today, Jaja, or I call her Jaja, but Jahera Gitahi, has written an op-ed about the allegations of U.S. involvement in Iran protests are not unfounded. That you'll often find that nations will be involved in local protests to send a message to government. And we'll be having a conversation about Iran in the coming days, but necessary for us to do. Okay, I'm going to stop there because we're going to keep going, and there's still some for us to come back and look into. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, so let's go to the Daily Nation and the big story. ODM decides. What are they deciding? The Orange Democratic Movement Central Management Committee has sanctioned pre-election coalition talks with the ruling United Democratic Alliance, taking a step towards formalizing a deal to back President Ruto's re-election campaign in exchange for a share of government positions should the coalition win the next elections. Now, sources say a plot to suspend Secretary General Edwin Sifuna and Deputy Party Leader Godfrey Sotsi, who did not attend yesterday's meeting, was scuttled by moderates who argued it would further deepen divisions that have rocked the outfit since the death of party leader Raila Odinga. Now, the committee expressed the intention to initiate structured negotiations with the different political formations, beginning with UDA. One asks the question, mimi ni presidential candidate, imefika wapi? Nauliza tu, how NAS saved a life mid-flight. Irene Jepchirchir was jolted by a distress call in a United Airlines flight headed for Boston, United States, asking whether there was a medical professional on board. With no response from other passengers, the Kenyan NAS stepped forward, and her crucial intervention helped stabilize an ailing passenger as the flight cruised above the Atlantic Ocean. Beautiful.
I love it.
Beautiful. You gotta give nurses across the world their flowers, man. And hitches on first day of senior school admissions. Grade 10 learners began reporting to senior school yesterday, with some institutions reporting a low turnout amid complaints by parents about varied admission requirements, demands for extra fees, and inadequate facilities, including laboratories and dormitories. We have been talking about it, investing in infrastructure, ensuring that this class, everything is ready for them. But as they report, these are the same things that are lacking in these schools. One asks the question, Singapore, with what priorities? Hi, Singapore. Bye, Singapore. Yeah, court derailed state gravy train for private lawyers, drawing fury. Now, the court has barred public agencies and counties from hiring private law firms for work that state councils and county attorneys can handle. Now, Health Nation, the pesticides killing Kenyans. A new investigation reveals how banned and highly toxic chemicals smuggled through porous borders are claiming farmers' lives and poisoning the food chain. Just how safe is the food that you eat? Do you know what went into producing that? And whatever is in the market today, is there traceability to source? Kama hakuna, sama iko shida?
Iko shida.
Yes. Dark twist as officer kills man in front of his friends. That's the story, I think, of the South Sea case.
Yeah.
And we have how Kenyan nurses' bravery prevented tragedy mid-flight. And also DRC doctors sue over practicing license. So the person they've sued is the Cabinet Secretary for Health. And ODM as well, it's that story that they've decided to start talking. And Juma's defection from UDA rattles Orange Party aspirants. The decision by former Gender Cabinet Secretary Aisha Juma to ditch United Democratic Alliance for the Pamoja Africa Alliance ahead of 2027 general election has rattled the Orange Democratic Movement Party in Kilifi County. So she's moved from UDA to PAR, which is Kingi's, which is part of the coalition in UDA. So Badako UDA.
But
so why
Kenya Kwanza?
Yeah, Kenya Kwanza.
Yeah.
So why is ODM rattled? She was never part of ODM anyway. Ruto, I built my Mount Kenya ties with Uhuru, not Gachagua. Dismissing slogans like one term or Kasongo must go, President says he built friendships through past functions. Okay. See, tungoje. Former DP, why Jubilee Party is the weakest link in united opposition? Where kumewaka in united opposition, seems like they're not so united. Jubilee is the weakest link. So question is, the fight with Jubilee for a very long time has been seen as a regional superiority complex. Who is superior in the region? Because remember, when you talk about DAP, right? And Jubilee, both come from Mount Kenya. So is it power struggle in the region? Reason why they're fighting?
You know what? It is power struggle. And actually, I was just thinking about when you were talking about Aisha Juma and then the move. You know, when you see these moves, you would imagine that somebody was taking a shift because they wanted to see how they could better serve the people of Kenya. Never.
No.
Jamais.
No.
It's never the case. It is, let me make this move so that I can see how it will be better for me, and how then I will be able to benefit from this. So we are fed the intrigues of all of this because individuals are trying to find the spot where it's sweeter for them. It's not about you.
Because one would say that now with the move that is happening, one would want to be with a party that resonates with the people on ground. So PAR resonates with the people in Kilifi County, and it would be easier for you to get back to power as opposed to remaining in UD. That is how this thing is being calculated. It is not about I'm getting here to serve you better because I have been there before and I've not served you better. So how about I just use that regional card?
Exactly.
And we have our friend, how 458 million shillings was lost in textbooks supply scheme.
Yeah.
The government has lost 458.2 million shillings over 4 financial years due to systemic weaknesses in the disbursement and utilization of textbook funds in public schools. A special audit by Auditor General Nancy Gathungu also faulted the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, KICD, for failing to include the purchase of textbooks in its procurement plans. Now you know why you don't have textbooks.
See, they released 5.6 billion shillings just the other day.
Yeah.
So what is she saying? That they didn't do it before?
They didn't do it before. So 458 million shillings have been lost in the process of procurement of textbooks. So all this time when you're saying textbooks have not landed in school is simply because KICD did not even include the purchase or procurement of these in their books or in their plan. You know, 458 million is 500 million, eh?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I'm laughing because I lack something else to do. I don't want to shout.
Again.
It's not ladylike.
Singapore, hi. Singapore, bye.
Bye.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
You know, yesterday I was when I was going home, the driver that I was we had a conversation about going to Singapore, and I just told him, let's drive. Let's see how we'll never get to Singapore.
I thought you were going to say we decided to just drive and see where we will reach.
You know, because you walk in, you look at the bribery that is happening on the roads with police officers. You look at the traffic that is being caused. You look at matatu drivers. You look at cars. You look at a filthy city, Singapore, where you can't chew in public, where you can't throw trash in public. You get whipped. Singapore high, Singapore bye.
Yeah.
I'm not hating.
Just speaking.
Just saying.
Okay. We're going to look at some stories in detail. Let me look at what's happening on the Star today. Kenya to roll out once in 6 months HIV prevention jab. Hey. Do you know? Let me tell you, there's going to be uptake. I can tell you now, there's going to be uptake because people just like doing bad manners without responsibility.
Yeah.
Okay. Did I?
No, but it's true.
Okay.
Just say it like it is.
One every 6 months prevention jab. If people can share prophylaxis that is meant for one person, say, oh, do you want some of mine? Yeah. What do you think is going to happen with this jab? Because even as we have been talking about how it's necessary for you to be responsible and all of this in terms of your sexual behavior, 1, 2, 3, this jab, people are going to abuse it. People are going to abuse it because people want to be irresponsible with themselves.
You know what people are forgetting is it will prevent you from getting HIV, but not STIs.
My friends.
So we'll start treating the syphilis and gonorrhea out here, So anyway, I think we need to get back those graphic ads that we grew up seeing. We need to bring them back.
Because, first of all, you don't want to wrap it up. Yeah. Secondly, you want to see Tom and Brenda and Njoroge.
And Njeri. Tom and Njeri.
There's a reason why I've even added the girls amongst the boys.
Yeah.
And you want to misbehave. Look, let me tell you guys, the thing that will come for us if we are not responsible, we cannot be responsible with small things. We cannot be responsible with our bodies. We cannot be responsible with our behavior. The thing that's coming for us is doing press up somewhere in the dungeon.
True.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
True.
This one, now people will know that all I have to do is get a jab every 6 months to prevent myself from getting this thing.
Very good, John.
My friend. Okay.
There is also that fear of mutation, man. What will we be doing? Because that thing might come in with like Hulk energy.
Okay. Okay. Could high-fat cheese cream protect the brain from dementia? You know that stuff on top of the milk that you often take and then you toss? If you were to keep it and then just really stir it up, whip it up, you have some really great cream cheese. And you don't say it's a bougie thing. It's everywhere. Anybody who owns a cow and sets milk in a thing, you get the cream after a couple of hours. What are we actually doing with it? Most of us are throwing it away.
Yeah.
I've seen actually some people, I've seen Ugunja sides, milk, they take the top and they actually put it into vegetables.
Yeah.
We don't realize, kabisa. We don't actually know what you're doing there. So there's a story here about how that cream, or the question is, could it actually protect from brain dementia? There's a study. It's there. Some of these things that scientists go and put in a lab, we have them. We're doing them here. It's just that we've not put a scientific name to it. Rival ODM and UDA hopeful spell doom for coalition dream. Okay. Counties drown in 8 billion shillings bank loans amid financial crisis. Oh my goodness. Counties are weighed down by bank facilities. Let's look at Vihiga, shall we? They owe 137.67 million shillings. Kisumu, the executive, owes 289.07 million shillings. Homa Bay, 471.48 million. I'm coming. Laikipia, 24 million shillings. Nyandarua, the assembly. Laikipia is the assembly that owes 24 million. Nyandara is the assembly that owes 31.35 million. Machakos executive, 544.25 million shillings. So Homa Bay and Machakos are saying, I see you. I raise you some 20-something, 100 million. Nairobi executive. Okay, wait, before we get to Nairobi. Okay, Nairobi now. You see how these other guys, theirs is the executive that owes. And these other guys, it's the assembly that owes. Now, when you come to Nairobi, it's both. The executive owes...
And the assembly.
Yeah. The executive owes 6.04 billion shillings, while the Nairobi assembly owes 243.7 million shillings. You had doing a spin on it yet?
Okay. It's okay. 6 billion.
6 billion is just the executive. Sasa hii pesa ilikuwa ya nini? That's just the question. Maybe it was actually for something, good, beneficial. Sijui? Mursik Adventure Galore in Nandi Cultural Festival that took place, and the Mursik is one of the things that we're talking about. I've actually tasted it. It's pretty good.
It's pretty good.
It is very. So these are some of the things that we're looking at: vote splitting in ODM, inside Ruto hurdles in the 2027 re-election. State kicks off phase 2 of Nyota business grants in 27 counties. Nyota was how much that people are getting? 50K?
50.
All right. Okay, so there's more of that money coming up. On the Business Daily this morning, we're also looking at Kenyans cling to checks as Africa peers move on, meaning what? The value of check transactions remains above 200 billion shillings every month. People are still checking money. CBK reluctant to phase out checks despite the rise of digital payments. That many folks are asking you, do people still use checks? Well, according to this, yes, they do. How CBK's 9 trillion shillings mop up stabilized the shilling. People keep asking, how is it that the shilling has remained at 728 against the USD for about a year now? This story is interesting because it'll give you the details about how that happened. So you're mopping up some local currency, and that's how you're then able to stabilize. The Central Bank of Kenya mopped up a cumulative 9.18 trillion shillings in liquidity from the banking sector in 2025, underlining efforts to keep the shilling stable. More details about that. All right, some of the stories that we're looking into. I want to look at this one about the courts yesterday because it's a big deal about mothers who go to prison. Now, probation and not prison for mothers with children, according to the High Court. The High Court has overturned custodial sentences handed to 3 women with children, substituting them with probation after finding it unfair for minors to serve time with their mothers despite their innocence. Now, one would wonder, does this mean for every case? Well, not necessarily. But what this does is that it sets what is called precedent for future cases. In separate landmark rulings that now reshape how courts handle mothers with children, Justice Ruben Nyakundi directed that Karen Jepto, Jane Kanda, and Sharon Gemeli will be released from prison and instead report to the probation office for the remainder of their sentences. The judge emphasized that magistrates and judges must prioritize the best interests of minors, considering their age and dependency before deciding whether their mothers should serve time in custody or at home. Justice Nyakundi also drew justification from the Holy Bible, noting that children should not suffer or be shamed for the actions of their parents. For those who believe in the creation myth and its holy book, the Bible, in Proverbs 22:6, Psalms 127:3-5, and Ephesians 6:4, God tells us that children are a blessing and a gift. Their spirits are filled with innocence, joy, and laughter, and they are a heritage from the Lord. They should not be put to shame because their mothers are in conflict with the law. This is what he said. And on that recognizance, he released these 3 women. This is going to set precedent for current cases where they are serving, and also for future cases that come before the courts. It's been a big deal. The likes of Teresa Njoroge, the likes of many human rights activists, lawyers who come and say, now this woman who has a nursing child, or who has a child under the age of 6, under the age of 10, under the age of 15, are you going to send her to prison, and can you keep her on a probationary way? It's a big one. And we're probably going to see more of this coming through.
You know, when I heard you talk about it, one would ask the question, so with that ruling, what happens to justice and those who deserve justice, rightfully so, you know, because if it's a capital offense and someone has to serve time, you have to respect the law on that precedence, right? But then again, it also brings a further conversation in terms of our children's services in the country, and if at all they are there to do their job, and if they know what it is they're supposed to do. Because in such cases, children's services would move in to look at the best interest of the child. Do we see that with our children officers in the country? Have they been equipped enough for them to handle such cases? Do we have professionals who know what it is they are doing? And in instances where, yes, we have a mother who is serving time but has a nursing child, do we have plans, say, other institutions where someone would be serving time while being given proper care of their child? I mean, there's a lot of conversation that we can have just from that.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm sure the question is, in terms of capital offences, you know, robbery with violence and murder and things like that, then does this take, you know, it would be interesting to then be able to hear from a legal point of view what exactly happens, and we'll have that. I think it's just a conversation that we need to have and ask questions in terms of then what happens here, because this is big.
Yeah,
it is a big one. Another story that we can share with you?
Yeah, so let's go to why we have a problem on matters to do with books. Now, the government lost 458.2 million shillings over 4 financial years due to systemic weaknesses in the disbursement and utilization of textbook funds in public schools. Now, a special audit by Auditor General Nancy Gathungu also faulted the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development for failing to include the purchase of textbooks in its procurement plans. Now, hold up to there. One would expect that an institute that is in charge of curriculum development that puts it in textbook would have a plan in its procurement budget, right? To purchase textbooks or to print the same. The special audit on capitation and infrastructure grants in public schools covering the financial years of 2020, 2021, 23, 24 exposed massive irregularities, including the distribution of textbooks for subjects not offered in schools, non-delivery and delayed delivery of books. Have you heard that, Ndu? Irregularities in books for subjects not offered in schools. Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. So the budget cycle for the years 2021 to 2021, 23, 24 exposed massive irregularities, including the distribution of textbooks for subjects not offered in schools. So how do you distribute textbooks for subjects not offered in schools?
Were they actually distributed?
That's the question.
They were probably not actually distributed.
They were never even
Somebody
printed.
just, exactly.
Yes.
There's just money there. And you say, oh, we are printing carpentry, this, whatever the cost may be. But you know very well that
there
it's
is
not
no
offered.
carpentry. Yes. So now the special audit sampled 442 secondary schools, 339 junior schools, and 336 primary schools. During the period under review, the State Department for Basic Education disbursed 27.9 billion shillings to KICD to procure textbooks through pre-qualified publishers. This is what I'm going to say. If you have been given an opportunity to serve the children of this country, to give them education, because education is what opens doors and also propels the country forward, and all you have to do is steal this money, I'm telling you, this person we call God will not punish you the way you think others will be punished. But yours is doing press up somewhere, waiting for you. Because what the hell are you doing? Destroying people's lives simply because you're so greedy and selfish that you would see other people's children suffer because you can take yours to a private international school.
That's it.
That's where we are.
I've come to realize that the levels of greed and selfishness far outweigh the pressure that you put on moral conscience. Far outweigh. They don't really care about that. That I could feel bad for a minute, that's great, but my pocket is full. And then I've created another opportunity for me to get something. Whether or not it affects hundreds of thousands of children, millions of children, and the other side, that's, it's a story. I'm not even going to come in contact with that emotion because I have money in my pocket.
And that's all that matters.
And that's all that matters. So you see it in business, you see it in this case, you see it in government, you see it in politics, you see it across the board. Why are we surprised? There needs to be a needle pointing north.
I think we need to just change our laws, man. You're corrupt. There's no need of taking you to court, man. Let's go the China way. Let's go the Singapore way. You're corrupt, guilty,
we deal with
done. Must they just be wiped off the face of the earth, man?
It's interesting because that will go to a question that we'll be talking about in the next hour when we talk about moral authority and who's supposed to push for it. We'll do that in a minute. Coming round to 7 o'clock. Good morning.
Spice up your life.
It is now 7 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Protect your today, securing your tomorrow.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. There are growing calls for ODM Secretary General Edwin Sifuna to quit after he skipped the party's Central Management Committee meeting in Vipingo, Kilifi County on Monday. ODM Deputy Party Leader Geoffrey Ososi also skipped the meeting, convened to deliberate on the party's future. And as ODM leader Buru Ginga, who chaired the meeting, moved to clarify the circumstances surrounding their absence, dismissing claims of internal wrangles, a section of members chanted Sifuna must go.
The two, Honorable Sosi, who is the deputy party leader, is in South Africa and he has sent his apologies for being unable to attend. He tried to travel but he was unable to. Honorable Sifuna also sent his apologies for this meeting. He missed his flight. And so both of them have the permission of the committee to be absent.
In Nairobi, a section of ODM MPs met in Karen, where Homa Bay Town MP Peter Kaluma asked Sifuna to quit.
So I know Secretary General Sifuna was not in Mombasa, I've seen, but I want to request him, we are the ones who put you there. Please follow the party line. We have a history and we have Baba's legacy to keep. 2 term.
President William Ruto repeated claims that the opposition have no development agenda for the country as he launched several development projects in Nyeri County on Monday. Ruto also repeated claims that Wiper leader and former Vice President Kalonzo Musyoka has nothing to show for his long stint in leadership. He challenged the opposition to present a clear plan to address challenges affecting Kenyans.
Nimepanga mambo ya barabara, nimepanga mambo ya kilimo, nimepanga mambo ya matibabu, nimepanga mambo ya afya, nimepanga mambo ya affordable housing, nimepanga masoko, nimepanga hostels. Nyinyi mpango yenu ni gani? Ati wananiambia ati agenda yao ni Kasongo, 1 term must go. Sasa nyinyi watu wa Nyeri, hata mkipima 1 term Kasongo must go, hiyo ni sera. Na mimi sisemi kwa kuwaonea, watakuja hapa, si watakuja hapa kuwatembelea, watawaambia tu hiyo maneno.
A group of Congolese doctors working in Kenya has moved to court to challenge Health's added Duale's directive restricting the licensing of foreign doctors in Kenya. The doctors who've lived and practiced in Kenya for over a decade are seeking orders to quash a decision declining to renew their practicing licenses and work permits for 2026. They accuse the government of acting without prior notice in violation of the Constitution and the Fair Administrative Action Act. Their lawyer, Dunstan Omari, says Duale's directive is discriminatory.
These are professionals. None of these people are politicians. They are this country. They have work permits. They have husbands. They have wives. They got an oral notice that their licenses will not be renewed. The consequences of that is that as they are here, their immigration status, the status that brought them to this country, is uncertain. Are they persona non grata? Are they supposed to be deported?
US President Donald Trump on Monday said he'd imposed a 25% tariff on goods from countries with commercial ties to Iran, a move that could put pressure on Tehran as anti-government protests enter a 3rd week. Trump said on social media that the tariff was effective immediately without offering details of what constituted doing business with Iran. China is Iran's largest trading partner, followed by Iraq, the United Arab Emirates, Turkey and India. The new tariff comes after Trump threatened to intervene militarily if Tehran killed protesters. White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt told reporters that military options, including airstrikes, were still on the table.
I think one thing President Trump is very good at is always keeping all of his options on the table, and airstrikes would be one of the many, many options that are on the table for the commander-in-chief. Diplomacy is always the first option for the president. He's told all of you last night that what you're hearing publicly from the Iranian regime is quite differently from the messages the administration is receiving privately, and I think the president has an interest in exploring those messages. However, with that said, the president has shown he's unafraid to use military options if and when he deems necessary, and nobody knows that better than Iran.
That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
We look at the utterances of leaders who are aligned to broad-based, who are initially in ODM. We thought they stand for something. Now they've been exposed.
Because we are a third world country, we are poor. And not because we don't have resources, but we have been robbed senseless.
Look at the wasteful expenditure. Look at how large government lives. And we've said this is something that can be controlled. It happens in many other countries.
Internally, we used to stand and tell him, boss, hii kitu ni mbaya. And you'd say, now he doesn't let me tell you, you saw the other parliamentary group meeting. People went there, sat, listened, looked at him. There was no plenary, left.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
You have land, Denis. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper. This is it.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why don't tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
At 7 minutes after 7 o'clock, and a very, very good morning to you as we're getting into things today. Thank you for joining us. And as we get into this hour of conversations, let's talk about a once in a lifetime opportunity. Well, welcome you to the Situation Room. And I know that a lot of you are killing it. You're crushing your goals and you're making moves. But be honest with yourself for a second. Do you ever have that moment, that internal voice? And you tell yourself, everyone else has a plan but me. I really need to get my act together. You think about that often, don't you? That feeling of needing to get your future locked down is real. But listen, getting a plan doesn't have to be intimidating or elitist. That's why I'm talking about ICEA Lion, and an opportunity for you to cut through the noise and make financial planning relatable. Whether you're just starting out or looking to secure a comfortable retirement, they have plans to make it easier for you. They have plans that will ensure that you can build wealth, protect your assets, and prosper with retirement security. Stop worrying about the future and start planning for it. Get the easy personal plan that works for you. The question is, what's your plan? And you can find out more at icealion.co.ke. And now we can talk about a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a chance to get that big dream getaway, all thanks to the KCB Bank winning card. So here is how it works. If you shop with your, or rather pay with your KCB card, your debit, credit, or prepaid card, you get a chance to win every single time you pay. So whether you're buying groceries, fueling your car, grabbing lunch, or shopping online, just pay with your KCB card and you get a chance to enter weekly, monthly, and grand prize draws. For real. Weekly winners will walk away with 10,000 shillings, monthly winners will walk away with 100,000 shillings, and other people get a chance to enter into the grand prize, which, guess what, takes you to Zanzibar for 2, and we're talking about flights, accommodation, and exciting excursions. So remember, paying with your KCB card isn't just safe and convenient, it could actually make you a winner. The more you pay with your KCB card, the better your chances of winning. So use your KCB card today, the winning card. Terms and conditions apply, but you must remember that KCB is for people and it is for better. All right, so we've just come off of this hour, and Denis Aseto had a rant where he was saying that, you know what, why can't we just do it right? People are stealing money for schools, others are stealing money that's meant to do things, whether it's politicians where money is missing, whatever the case may be. There seems to be a downgrading of the moral compass, and this is the conversation that we're having this morning to give us an opportunity to say, okay guys, where is the problem? Is there a problem across board? Let us see how we can actually deal with that. We're going to have the conversation, and two guests who've been here before join us in the room this morning. for us to then be able to, let's look at this thing and let's be honest about the place that we currently find ourselves in. Joining us this morning, the Reverend Tony Kiama, who is the lead pastor at the River of God Church. Reverend Kiama, good morning.
Morning, Drew. How are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you doing this morning?
Good.
Morning.
Karibu Sana. Good to have you in the room today. And also joining us is Reverend Dr. Elias Otieno Agola, who is the chairman of the National Council of Churches in Kenya. Good morning.
Good morning, Ndu.
How are you doing?
Very good.
And Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
My goodness, we are behaving as if we see each other every day. We don't. A Happy New Year.
Maybe we have seen you somewhere where you didn't see us.
Seeing that as it's both of you, then it's definitely a good place. Well, it's good to see you both, and thank you for being here this morning. It's going to be a bit painful, this conversation today, because sometimes we don't like to look in the mirror and say the person that we see is the problem. Okay, for removing myself from preempting what the conversation will be, I pass it over to Denis, who's going to share today's proverb. And we'd love to hear from you.
Yes, our proverb today comes from Algeria, the largest country in the continent, 10th largest in the world. 90% of the country is Sahara Desert, but for one reason or the other, the residents, people of Algeria, have known how to live with that. Just goes to show how amazing people can be in terms of adapting to situations. They're also big on oil export, which continues to propel their economy. And if you go to Algeria, one of the greatest things they will give you, like in Kenya, is nyama choma. If you go there, it is mint tea. So they love their mint tea. And they also give us this proverb: speak kindly or refrain from talking. How would you interpret it, sir?
Speak kindly
or refrain
from talking. Well, I think it is a proverb that brings to conscience what you say before you say it, because it may damage instead of building. And it also talks about values, that what is it that informs your speech? What is it that informs your utterances? Is it going to help, or is it that you'd rather have kept quiet and not said anything
at all? Yeah, Reverend Cam, how would you interpret it?
If you have nothing good to say, don't say it. But there's also a flip, because that means that you then lose the right to rebuke or to correct. But I think in this case it means that even if you're correcting or rebuking, do it with kindness.
Well said.
Wow. Ephesians 3:20, I think something like that. Be kind to one another, tender-hearted, encouraging one another, for this is what Christ has called us to do. Something like that. There's a verse like that. My Sunday school teacher drummed it into my head. That we can actually do and be kind to one another. It seems like in this world we think that we need to be a little bit rough around the edges. We need to be mean.
No.
And we had the conversation earlier that, do you think that when the people who make decisions or who influence positions actually think about the horrible things that are happening to people and maybe want to do something about it? And I guess that forms the basis for the conversation that we have today. That in anything that we look into, we've been accused of being lamentators. We lament over everything. But I choose to look at it that we see a problem and we want to then be able to talk about it unto a solution. So Denis was a bit worried and concerned in the last hour because he said, how is it that you, in a business for printing books, have said that you have printed a book? Then we come to find that you have been paid for said printing and distribution of the book, only for us to find out that this book is not even taught in the schools that you supposedly printed it for
and distributed.
To the tune of hundreds of millions of shillings. And so then the Auditor General comes and points out, and we say, no, it's a private business. These are individuals. Our moral compass almost doesn't exist anymore. And this is the question that we've been asking. We've pointed fingers at leaders a lot. We've pointed fingers at politicians a lot. And the rebuttal in most cases is, well, leaders are a reflection of the society.
Correct.
How true is that, Reverend Kiama? When we are looking at things and we say, okay, we got to do something a little bit different, who should we be looking at?
Let's first of all start at saying the church is the moral fabric of the society, or should be the moral fabric of society. In Kenya, we have two key problems. Number one is corruption. And corruption stems from the fact that it is not the absence of law, but it is the goodwill to implement the law that lacks. And it lacks because of two reasons. One, we have leaders in both church and government who are either cowards or beneficiaries. And let me talk about church because it is my space. Now, one of the reasons why the church leadership says nothing is they are beneficiaries. And I have said it before, until the day we come to a point where we hold every pastor accountable, every minister of the gospel. It is not just preaching water, but you're taking wine. Until we get to the place where we have the courage, every deacon, because they have a responsibility, where every deacon within any church will hold their pastor accountable, and especially financially. And even the ministers of the gospel, the political leaders who come into church to defile the altars, and nowadays they don't go into fields and push their rhetoric. They come to church because they have found a place where it's cheap. You just show up, dunga pasi ya macho, wow. And you have a crowd. And until the day we come to that point where we hold every pastor accountable and ask them, where did you get this? Account for this, account for this, account for this. That day we will kick corruption out of this country, because as I said earlier, the church is a moral fabric of every society. And I thank God for my brother here. I feel that such institutions should have the capacity to bite. Unfortunately, things are going south, but seldom do these institutions say anything. Recently, I thank God we're here, and I remember shaking my brother's hand and saying, thank you for the courage to make a bold statement, to call things as they are. And I think it is the beginning of a long road ahead.
Do you think that with the constant calling out of something, that we are likely to see a decrease in this behavior? Some people have called for something a little bit more convincing, that anybody who has had their fingers in the cookie jar and that there are any crumbs to show evidence of should be thrown in jail or hung in the village square.
I think they should be thrown in jail because there's a law that supports that. So if the law stipulates that you hang, then hang. But we should also be subject to the law of the land. And as I said earlier, our second biggest problem is not that there is an absence of law, it is the goodwill to implement that law. Because people who live in glass houses don't throw stones. So the pastors don't want to point fingers at politicians because they are as black as a kettle or as a pan or as a, and that's one of the biggest problems even in the church today. That's why the true gospel is no longer preached. It's materialism. You approach God as a means to an end. God has become Father Christmas. So you come to him. He will give you regardless of your character. It's no longer about holiness. Yeah, it's about what you can get from him. You come, you give, and it's transactional. It's no longer relational, which is not a true gospel in our case. Because if you remember the story of the three Hebrew boys, they clearly stated that to Nebuchadnezzar, who's the authority, because they had been condemned to die thrown into the furnace, which had been heated 7 times. And it was said to them that if you do not kneel, you will be thrown in. And they said, Nebuchadnezzar, we know that Jehovah can heal us, can deliver us. But even if he doesn't, we still will not bow. And it's in that's a true gospel, that you don't go to God because of what you get, but you go to him for who he is. And when we get to a place where we are defending God, Jehovah, then he ceases to be God, because he doesn't need man to defend
him. And you see, Reverend Agola, it is sad that we live in a country that has laws, and beautiful laws, one would say. But the political goodwill to implement the law is lacking. And that is why we find ourselves in the chaos that we are in today. It is why you would see an officer openly collecting bribe, and there's nothing you'll do. It is why you'll see politicians who are the drafters of the law, together with Kenyans, break the very law that they voted for to become law in the August House. It is the very same politicians who would today give directions on what should or should not be done, only to break it the next instance. And one asks the question that in a beautiful country that is Kenya, with beautiful people who are hard workers, that despite being beaten down to the ground, they will still wake up and continue to push the narrative that we are here and will make Kenya great again. What will it take for the church, together with Kenyans, to make that bold decision to be the moral police, to do things right and to say no to things that derail us as Kenyans?
Thank you. Yes, I agree with what my brother said, that the challenge of morality degradation has been there, and that the reports point to a Kenya that is corrupt, a Kenya that does not obey their own laws, a Kenya that does not make a joint effort to fight some of the vices that are mentioned amidst us. I also agree that we have not been quiet. We have been talking about all these issues all around. Not all of us, I believe. But then some of us who have been talking are on record saying that the directions that we are going is not the right direction. Not pointing to a particular leader only, because the rot is not with one person. Yes. As you have rightly said, the religious institutions have a share of their blame, the politicians have a share of their blame, the common citizenry has also a share of its blame. And so pointing a finger at one person is running away from the problem. Pointing a finger at a particular category of leaders is also running away from the real problem. The real problem is the moral decline. The real problem is the abdication of the values that people have grown with, that people have been taught. Very few people in Kenya say they are atheists. Very few. Majority claim they are Christians, others claim they are Muslims and other religions. So if we are not living our faith, then it means that we have abdicated our values, our systems, the value systems that were taught to us. Ndu has just said that in Sunday school there were things that were taught. Then the question would be, then when did the rains begin beating us? And us here is all of us. So seeing a politician who claims to be in a particular religion going against the very laws that they have made is a decline in our values. And that is what is supposed to be addressed, because if it is addressed, then we'll be able to say, why do we allow such things to happen amidst us? Or why do we allow ourselves to be doing such things?
You know, I remember a time when we had former minister, may he rest in peace, Mishuki, when he got in. And one thing Mishuki said was, the Mungiki problem that we have in the country will be dealt with. And he dealt with it.
Yes.
Got to transport and said, the nonsense that we see on the roads and the Matatu sector and the accidents that are there will be addressed once and for all. And even the citizens at that point had the power to arrest officers who were corrupt because people were just plain tired. Today, anyone would go back and say, Mishuki did it. Why am I giving that example? Shows that if we all want to play our role in doing things right, we can. Nothing stops us.
Sure.
And one would say that it starts from the head. Why am I saying that? Because at the time, if you look at all the ministries that this man went to, he was bold in guiding his juniors on what needs to be done and should be done right. Goes to show that today, if as Kenya we decide to do things right, that our guiding principle is the Constitution of Kenya, and we will implement this Constitution as expected, that even that journey to Singapore will be easier for us to get there because we have a guiding book that will help us get there, because we'll have sealed corruption. We will have people get into these positions based off meritocracy and not because people are sycophants or loyalists. That when you come to church, there are those who will say, this is a place of worship, not a place for you to campaign. That even politicians themselves will know that campaign period is 6 months to the election and that everything will work. You would say, Reverend Kiamo?
Mimi ni wa kanisa. So let me limit myself to the church.
Yes.
But also let me make this statement. As I sit here, I do not represent any denomination. I am here as a believer because I am born again. I have been invited here as a minister of the gospel, but also as a believer in Jesus Christ. Recently, I was fascinated. The current minister, CS for Health, Aden Duale, called out the church. He said, and he addressed a certain prophet, the mightiest prophet, might I say. Said, if you declare or if you state that someone has been healed, there should be medical evidence to support that fact. I was very excited. Adendwale might not necessarily be very popular at this point. Shy issues. But when we get to the point where the world calls out the church to account, mzee tumechoma picha. So here is a prophet who has police escort and government protection. In fact, there is not a single minister of the gospel in this country who has access to power like the mightiest prophet, Ukweli. Roads are closed.
People
like
wash. I was
roads
shocked.
are washed.
I was surprised that people wash. Literally, that people wash the roads with detergent.
Yes.
For this man to walk. And we had this conversation last week. And I'm sorry to interject, because somebody's having a comment here and saying that, how could we last week have called this out and then come and whitewash this conversation today? And I'm saying that it's not a whitewash of the conversation. It's a continuation of the conversation. Because I'm saying that we are actually sacrificing people on the altar of their desperation and saying that there is a way. Meanwhile, there may not be. Please.
Sindu, it's perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on where you sit. So anyway, so Aden Duale, Honorable, calls out the mightiest prophet. And he says, show us one person that you have healed of HIV or someone born a cripple.
Right.
In the Bible, every time Jesus healed someone, first of all, he told them, do not go and tell. Do not show and do not tell. Why? Because it wasn't for public consumption. It wasn't for fame. Because we are servants, not managers of God's resources. So as servants, humility is of essence. So you are not drawing to yourself. Jesus himself, being God, did not draw attention to self. In fact, he told them, do not go and tell anyone. Here's a man who's been at the pool of Bethesda, in John chapter 5, for 38 years.
Sure.
And he tells him, don't tell, don't tell. Now, Luke chapter 17, we find 10 lepers who've been healed. One comes back to say thank you. But the issue here is that when they are healed, Jesus tells them, go show yourself to the high priest as a confirmation that the miracle has happened. Now, the reason why the CS is calling out a prophet is because of nonsense. You hereby claim you are holding 30, 40 crutches. Supposedly that 30 or 40 people have been healed who are either born crippled or, got crippled at some point. And we don't have any medical proof. We don't have any photos. We don't have any medical history of someone who went to school with them, or the parent who can stand and say, my son was born blind or was born lame. Here are photos, here are classmates. Nothing. Ni useme Maduro atafungwa alafu anatolewa kwa bedroom. Mtu wangu amevaa pajama na uli prophesy. In the days of old, if you prophesied and it didn't come true, your head was cut off.
Yes.
So we have false prophets. And I pray, my brother, that your organization and others like yours would have the power to bite and to call out evil. Because literally, when the young people are looking at church, they are looking at it and wondering, man, this institution is full of nonsense. Yet we are the representation of the Church of Jesus Christ. Sure. But the nonsense in the church can choke a whale, can drown a whale. Sincerely speaking, I say, if truly someone is healed, HIV or otherwise, kuja na documents na prove. Does God still heal? Yes, he does. He still has the capacity to heal. If he wants to heal, he is God. He can do whatever he wants. There are many that he has healed, but there must be evidence to support that fact. You can't just stand up and say, nani alipona, na hakuna evidence. Hizo ni nonsense. Tumefika mpaka mahali we are being called out by the world. Ati, ni aje wa jamaa, semeni ukweli. Because that's what Dole was saying. Hey, church, speak the truth. Speak the truth. That's what he's saying. This nonsense has gotten too much. Exactly.
Yeah. Allow me to add my voice to that.
Yeah.
When that happened, I had an interview, the media interview, and I was on air saying that faith healing is realistic. Faith healing is a reality. Faith healing is in churches, and it happens. And even the Muslims have their own way of expressing faith healing. The Hindus, the same. And we need to settle on that anybody who goes to church and says, I'm praying for healing, is doing the right thing. At the same time, anybody who goes to the hospital also has faith in that conventional medical treatment and believes that from there they will get well.
Yes.
What we are against is anybody saying that they are the ones who have healed. What we are calling out is anybody saying that they are the people who are able and have the capacity and the only calling to heal people. God heals, God chooses who he is going to use to heal people, and God heals at a particular time. And we have that in history. We have that in our scriptures, as he has already rightly said. So anybody saying that is the one doing it, and people should leave other healing or medical solutions, that person is in error. And we call them out and say that is not the reality. The reality is that there is faith healing, and the other reality is that whenever even you go to the hospital, you also have faith that there you will get treatment, and that treatment will get you well.
I think
however, we know that there are some people who are protected to do whatever they want to do without being reprimanded, being taken to the right places to explain why they do whatever they are doing. He has just said that some people have a huge security than that of the president. Stopping cars, on main highways has never been seen anywhere in the world for one person to pass, even the president. But that is what they paid for, maybe, because you cannot be given that security without paying. So, but we are saying that is wrong, because why should that happen when we know that these people are called by God and they are protected by God? Why should somebody, inconvenience everybody? And this is where we say some things are done, they are not right, we cannot support them. And when we heard that there is going to be religious regulatory bill, I think it is not the government who intruded into the church. It is the church that misbehaved at some particular time. I know when I say this, other people will try to speak bad about it, but I have to say it, that the government did not invite themselves into our activities. We invited them by doing things not the right way. I am a supporter of regulations, but I also say that before you regulate, please consult with the people that will be ruled by this law, and also consult with the people that are leading these institutions, so that what we have is a result of a consultative effort. And that is what is missing. You cannot bring a document and just say, this document is going to rule you, it is going to regulate you, without your voice. The church always says, there's nothing for us without us, so do it with us, and it will find its way to our institutions.
There are calls at the moment, and I think about things that happened with revolution, that there was religious revolution at a time whereby then people were able to practice their faith in whatever religion you're talking about, but it was bloody. We tend to think that because it's religion, that people knelt and prayed and were pious and said, oh, please allow me into this space. No, it was blood, it was war, it was conflict. And it is that same thought that is in the minds of people, that if we truly want a change in our society, whether it is, because if we're going to have an open and honest conversation, let's do it. Whereby we have church leaders who are sleeping with the people in their congregations, where we have young pastors who are being sodomized by a lead pastor. It's happening in Kenya today, whereby we have the choir is in bed, literally, with the lead pastor, right? And we're saying that's the moral authority of the society. And we are also saying at the same time that people are saying, you know what, if that's the compass that we're going to follow for direction, then perhaps we need a different compass. Number one, you've spoken to this, Reverend Kiama. And we're also saying at the same time that people are feeling that there's a stirring. People are saying there's corruption. There are children who are not in school. There's a sick society. There are people who are using money that should be meant for one thing for something else. This is not direct hand of leadership. This is people making decisions for themselves that are affecting society. So how can we shift the needle? Because if we leave here today by 8 o'clock, let's have that one thing that everybody can go home and do. What is it that needs to shift? Yeah. There's something that needs to move.
I think there are situations that are beyond us. And sometimes it's frustrating because corruption didn't start with the government of God. Corruption was there since 1963. When power was handed over in 1963, there are men who came in and divided the country to themselves.
True.
That's when corruption started. Land in this country. And so corruption has continued on, successive governments. Corruption didn't begin with the government of God. My prayer, and there was a lot of excitement and goodwill in this country 3 years ago, because the government of God was coming into place, and we thought, wow, we will get rid of all the chaff in this country. There was a lot of excitement, and this is the second time that has happened. First time,
you say the government of God. Explain.
So that's what it was called.
Yeah,
that's what it was called, because we had a head of state for the first time who's Pentecostal, who's born again, or who was declared publicly to be born again. So it was called the government of God.
Okay, called.
Yeah, and so or loosely the government of God. There was a lot of goodwill on the ground. Young people were excited, as in you could literally cut the air with a knife. Now, has corruption increased or decreased? Increased exponentially. Now, of course, that now removes from the Church of Jesus Christ. It breaks my heart as clergy, because we keep hiding behind certain scriptures. You have heard it said, do not judge. Do not
judge, lest you be judged.
Regardless. But there's a portion of scripture I'd like to read. 1 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 12. 1 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 12. And I read, may the Lord bless the reading of his word. What business is it of mine to judge those outside the church? Are you not to judge those inside? God will judge those outside. Expel the wicked person from among you. Now, we as a church have the responsibility to judge each other and hold each other accountable within the church. God will deal with those outside. Now, the heart of man is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it but God? We cannot legislate morality. The problem in Kenya is a moral problem, and that we must address from home, from school. It must be everyone. Where we go back to, and even the teachers we are training, we tell them, you know what, we must bring ethics back to the table. We must be ethical in what we do. Ethical in church as a moral fabric of society, ethical in school because these teachers come to church. But when we are in church, and even the things that God says he hates, we continue to propagate. For example, God hates, because you see that moral fabric should be birthed and controlled within the family setup. And now the issues of divorce in church is a runaway track. The Bible says God hates divorce. But he continues to say that if you are divorced and you remarry, you commit adultery. So how many times in churches, a pastor stands up and marries people who are divorced? It is in direct contradiction to scripture. In essence, I'm using that to explain that. Even within the church, we must, for us to be moral or to grow or build morality, it must be built on truth. And where we are right now, I feel unless we change from the bottom up, where we start teaching our children from school that corruption is wrong, we must choose what is right. Because not just politicians. It's not politicians who overlap on the roads.
True.
The other day, people were stuck on the road to Western Kenya.
Tell me about it.
Yeah. And you know what? It's not because Kenya has more cars than the US or wherever other country. No. It's just bad manners. Everybody is overlapping. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. Is it because we don't have police in place? They are. But sometimes they get overwhelmed. Because even when they arrest you, you pick up a phone and just a minute. You call someone. And then you get off the hook. So even them, they are frustrated. And we must, first of all, self-regulate. We must purpose that, number one, sit overlap. Number two, I will not litter. Number three, I will do what is right. I will stand in line, even in the bank. Juu wewe uko na tuchapa kidogo unaona ni kama wewe ni mdeadly unakata wale wengine.
Small things.
Exactly.
It's the small things that we're talking about that make the difference.
You know what the Bible says? Yeah. The small foxes mess up the vine. And we must come to a place where all of us as Kenya agree that, you know what, we have a problem and we are a sick society.
Okay.
And we need to change.
So if you say it's a moral conversation, sorry, Reverend Agola, but also now, it's the small things, it's the little things that you don't cut in line, that you don't overlap on the road, that you don't throw rubbish out the window, that you don't abuse somebody because you have the opportunity, that you don't treat somebody with disrespect. People would say that these are trivial matters, that these are just small everyday things. What does it matter? How does it add up to the society in general if I don't greet you properly, Reverend Kiama, or if I throw rubbish in the dustbin, or after all I was in a hurry and so that's why I overlap? People will say those are small things and they don't contribute to the bigger picture. No?
Yeah. I think you asked the question, what should we live with from this table? All that you said are true. You have people who are being molested, people who are being abused here and there. No, not only in religious institutions, but everywhere. All over. And therefore, this is something that touches on everybody, as I've already said. But somebody has to be the adult in the room. Somebody has to be the conscience of the society. And this is a call for everyone to reflect and say, why should I be the only one on the wrong? Why should I be doing the wrong thing? Not why am I not doing it and everybody's doing it. So this moral education is very important. And if we start doing it beyond just being in positions, beyond just being academicians or having gone to school, having positions, we need to move from everybody's doing it to what can I do to change the society. And if it starts with one person, which is me, it comes to you, it comes to the other person, then together we can change the world. But if we are waiting for somebody else to do it and we are not doing it, then it defeats the purpose, it defeats the reason for which I live. I think instead of pointing fingers to other people, we should point all the fingers to ourselves and say, I am on the wrong because I know I throw litter anyhow, I overlap, I do such and such an evil thing on the road or at home or in my place of work. Somebody somewhere has to call themselves and say, am I doing the right thing?
Yeah.
And the right thing should start from me, not from the other person.
Yeah. Reverend Kemo, I want to look at the situation that we know we are on the wrong. Why do I say that? For instance, you'd find someone overlapping, right? But you see a police officer and you stop because you know Allah nimeshikwa.
Yeah.
You know, that clearly shows that you know you are on the wrong.
Yes.
That when a vehicle, a matatu, and this is me now speaking to Kenyans directly, because It can't be that we want politicians to change when we ourselves are not doing anything to change ourselves. Our vehicle is full, but because you're in a hurry, you board it and you choose to kalia sambaza. You know, that goes to show that you are part of the problem.
Yes.
That today, when you know very well there is a bin here, you choose not to use the bin and dump anywhere. You're part of the problem. Truth out there is, if we as a people, if we as Kenyans do not love ourselves so much, not even leave alone the country, if we do not love ourselves so much, the change that we clamor for will never happen. Because at the end of the day, we will never recognize the importance of being truthful to ourselves, truthful to the law, and truthful to the word. Because then, anyone would come with funds that we do not know where it came from, and it will be easier for us to get that money because at the end of the day, we are not straightforward people. We are not people who can stand and say no to what is wrong. It therefore behooves upon us all tujite mkutano wote, the church, the political class, wananchi, the police officers, and choose what is our contract with ourselves, our contract with the church, our contract with the Republic of Kenya, our contract with the Constitution that will make us be the model that we want. Because unless sisi wenyewe tujibadilishe, there is nowhere we are going. We will point fingers and say the mighty prophet has done wrong. We will point fingers and say police officers keep taking bribes, that the government of Kenya is stealing from its people. But if we are the beneficiaries who will always line up to be given 200 bob to go beat up the opponent, we are not going anywhere.
Let me say this. There must be a place for leadership. All authority on heaven and earth is ordained of God. The book of Romans says. And I want to say that as a leader, you give direction not just by your words but how you live. Corruption and thuggery is so entrenched in Kenya that now we have exported. You know how you export coffee, tea? Now we have exported thuggery. Hey, bana, we are successful.
To where?
To America. Hey, tulianza na ugondi Kenya, ikabamba mbaya. Sasa tunai-export. Sasa tunai-export thuggery. Tume-export to America. Shortly, we will hear we have thuggery, in China, wherever. That we have mastered. Thuggery we have mastered as a country. In church, in schools. Before Matiang'i came into power, Maze A's were everywhere.
Like
the year he became the Minister for Education, there are certain schools that could not find enough A's to spell their name. Maze. So thuggery atashule. So you can imagine that entire generation of children before Matiang'i, we developed thugs, and that's how ndio wakosteto. Wameiba 39. In fact, somebody in America said this is the tip of a huge iceberg. So as we are calling ourselves to that meeting, it is important to realize that si ati kumeharibika, kulishaharibika. The mud already hit the fan. Things are very bad that now foreign nations are coming to find their money here. Their money in Kenya. Ni vile tumekuwa madhegi mbaya. So it is important to ask ourselves, what is my place in this whole mess?
Yes.
And the truth is, all these people are headed to hell. So even in church, we need to go back to the true gospel of, heaven and hell. If you're a thug, you're going to hell, regardless of whether you're Christian or Muslim. If you steal, you're going to hell. And that's why I said earlier, if the lying is even in church, where we are calling out miracles that are fake, and I've read some of your comments here, there are people who are insulting me. Mtu anaweza amka na atukane pastor, feeling nothing. And I'm actually saying the truth. If you are a pastor and you purport to heal someone, then you should call a doctor and present medical evidence. If it is a miracle, then it should be substantiated. That's all I'm saying. Give credit to who credit is due. Kama ni Mungu amefanya, prove it that this guy was, I was blind, but now I see. Blind Bartimaeus. But don't claim somebody amehiliwa. Now there is no medical evidence. Now the world is calling us out. And so I want to call out all of us as leaders, within church, political, whether you are a teacher. In fact, let me take you back a bit. Do you remember a few years ago the teachers were on strike?
Yeah.
On the street. Did you see how those teachers were behaving? Wamama wamelala chini wameinua miguu hivi. Mama mzima ameinua miguu hivi. Amepiga nduru. She has students who are seeing her as a woman, lifting her feet in the street for money. You throw your dignity for shillings and cents. You saw doctors on the street. And I can understand their frustration. People died in hospital for money. My friend, we lost it. May the Lord have mercy on us as a country. In his wrath, may he remember mercy. Remember, people don't do what you say. They do what you do. And their little eyes are watching, generation after generation. And they are doing exactly the same. Until you realize that as a leader, it is God who has put me here for such a time as this. And God will hold me accountable. And so I must choose to live right as a leader.
Sure.
This nation will not change. Self-leadership is critical and paramount. Everyone to do their part and do it right. May God help us all. In Jesus' name.
Amen. Do you think that, Reverend Agola, just looking at that everybody doing that, I again, on the Sunday, I watched a piece of oiled paper. It's about that size. But then there were ants on the table, right? And it would have been one ant that probably tasted this thing and it was nice, and they figured, okay, we want to move this thing because we all want to go and eat it, right? So one came, another one came, and I just actually watched it for a while. And they all, somehow, all of them lifted this thing. They all came. Everybody decided we're going to lift this thing. They all lifted this thing and moved it. They moved the thing, and I was like, okay, this is amazing. And I think I actually took a video of it, of them moving this little morsel or particle. But one decided, and another one joined it, and another one joined it until they all moved the thing. So is there power in that, making the one decision that, you know what, I'm going to do in my space where I am, I'm going to do it right?
Yeah.
Will we see a movement?
Sure. I can see a movement if I start and I do the right thing. And I do it amidst us. Somebody among you will say he's doing the right thing and will join me, and we will continue. And that's why I'm saying that the church that has had historical moral continuity from the beginning, talking about morality, should not stop. We still remain a relevant voice of reason, and we still can continue if we mean what we are doing as we have always done. And if we continue without any frustration from anywhere, we know that we are doing the right thing. And since you know you are doing the right thing, like the ants that you are talking about, they continued doing it. If it was food, they took that food to where the many ants are.
Yeah.
If it was morality, they took it to where it is supposed to be done. And if we begin small, we can continue and become a movement. And I believe that every Kenyan is supposed to wake up and say, is this the direction we'd want to go? Is this the direction we'd want to go? Corruption is everywhere, and it is until we call ourselves out. Of course, somebody said that the leader has to be there. Even the leaders, we are supposed to call our political leaders, our religious leaders, our other corporate leaders. We need to call them out and say, yes, this is ruining our country. The president just the other day said he has a dream for Kenya to be like Singapore. Personally, I believe that is doable. And I believe two things have to happen. Number one, it has to be communicated to the people in a way that is involving them. Number two, we have to purpose to kick out corruption in this country so that we are able to stand tall and say we are going to use our laws to punish those who are corrupt and to handle our issues in the right way.
Indeed.
The debt we are having today in this country, the cost of living, I've been seeing parents moving here and there, and the school joining items, the prices have gone so high, not because they are supposed to be high, but because somebody is taking advantage of this situation, and that is corruption. If we are able to say, yes, we want to take our country some steps ahead, it is us to change, it is us to begin that change.
And that's what we end on this morning. We said by 8 we must have somewhere. And I guess we pointed it back to us.
Let me read this portion of scripture.
Okay.
Micah 6:8. Micah chapter 6 and verse 8. He has shown you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? But one, to do justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly before your God. In Jesus' name.
Amen. That's it. And that's what we look at this morning. No clearer way. The Reverend Tony Kama has been here this morning with Reverend Dr. Elias Otieno Agola. Thank you for being here with us this morning. You must have been somewhere by this time. It's 2 minutes past 8. Conversations continue after this. Good morning.
Can we say a short...
It is now 8 a.m. with ICEA Lion. It is time to plan ahead with ICEA Lion. What's your plan?
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Nearly a dozen counties are on high alert as severe drought exposes millions to acute food insecurity. Humanitarian agencies have warned. The Kenya Red Cross Society and the International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies say 9 counties are in the alert phase, with Mandera in the critical alarm phase. The hunger crisis is concentrated in arid and semi-arid lands where depleted pastures and scarce water are collapsing pastoral systems. In Turkana County, at least 450,000 residents are facing acute food and water shortages as the drought has dried up boreholes, depleted pasture and killed large numbers of livestock. Turkana County Director of Education Henry Lubanga says the government has launched a school feeding program to combat classroom hunger.
Nakushukuru serikali kwa sababu iliandaa chakula cha shule mapema sana, na hivyo chakula kimesambazwa katika shule zetu zote za msingi, na hii inatarajiwa kuimarisha ushiriki kwa masomo kwa watoto wetu wote wa gatuzi hii ya Turkana. Tunataka kuwaeleza wazazi wapatie watoto hao nafasi ya kuingia kwa shule. Serikali imeleta chakula, mchele, maharagwe, mafuta na chumvi.
The election of Kuppet officials in Homa Bay County lies in limbo after goons scuttled the exercise and burned ballot papers. Goons raided the polling room at Tom Mboya University, kicking boxes with cast ballots, forcing more than 4,000 teachers who turned up to vote to flee the centre. Kuppet Homa Bay Branch Executive Secretary Stephen Yogo explained what happened before the goons, who were allegedly hired by some candidates, stormed the polling room.
We witnessed
witnessed so many teachers coming back to the line and voting. We realized that they were using some material in erasing the indelible ink and coming back to the line.
At Ole Tipi's Girls Secondary School in Narok County, the exercise was postponed after voting was disrupted as some teachers attempted to vote multiple times. According to Narok Central OCPD David Pamba, trouble started when the university student attempted to vote on behalf of a teacher who'd failed to turn up to cast their ballot.
The security agents who are manning the security within intercepted the said university student with the ballot papers ready to vote, and since he was not a candidate or a voter, he was arrested and is detained for further action. Citing what had happened, similar complaints were also raised, and then anarchy came in.
Education CS Julius Ogamba has strongly condemned recent remarks by some politicians suggesting that national schools should only admit students from their local communities. Speaking when he toured secondary schools in Muranga to supervise the grade 10 learners reporting, Ogamba emphasized that national schools are meant to serve learners from all parts of the country.
We must differentiate between the national school status of a school and issues relating to development of infrastructure of those schools using the CDF. Some of the institutions we are talking about were not built by CDF. They've been there for a very, very long time. CDF just came a number of years ago. So let us differentiate that, because it could send the wrong signal. Let us desist from making statements that might have very negative impact in our institutions.
Uganda's opposition leader told AFP on Monday that he would call for protests if President Yoweri Museveni rigs this week's election, and said he would welcome an intervention by the United States. More than 20 million people are registered to vote on Thursday, with 81-year-old Museveni wildly expected to continue his 4-decade rule thanks to his near-total control of the state and security apparatus. His male opponent is singer-turned-politician Bobi Wine, aged 43, who's taking a second run at the presidency after his 2021 campaign was met with violent repression and alleged rigging. The United Nations and Amnesty International are among the watchdogs accusing Uganda's government of repression ahead of the polls, including hundreds of arrests of Wine supporters. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Good morning, and I love your show.
Thank you.
Having come from a Kikuyu radio background, I migrated to Spice because of the content.
I was born in a slum, but somehow I got a break in life. So sometimes when you see the sweating coming out because of the passion and whatever it is, behind the noise, there are people. And we share the same umbilical cord. It shouldn't be like that.
I am so disappointed. We used to tell Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga that he's doing police of conmanship. And even President Uhuru Kenyatta, serikali hii ndio iko na conmanship ya hali ya juu. You cannot promise people that you reduce tax, then you double.
In politics, there is the issue of trust. For you to turn around and then stab the same people who gave you that trust, there is no other level of dishonesty. Imabo, utaona dunia tu.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody is human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Stagi kuongea today." Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
One of the things that are ailing our country is negative ethnicity. You find you as a state officer, instead of thinking as a Kenyan, you think like a tribal person.
Let me tell you something. The biggest problem we have had in this country is a leadership deficit. There is nothing that you are going to do in the process of change if you are not a risk taker. So you really have to pursue your vision to a logical conclusion and even be ready to step on people's toes.
When it comes to the economy, you can run away people with it. They say statistics are like bikinis. They reveal a lot, but they conceal the vitals. And so government people would throw statistics at you and tell you they're revealing a lot of information to you, but it's really concealing the real vitals.
We need to get out of that, because when we want to grow our democracy, one basic thing that really requires to be understood by the political class, by all of us, is institutions are critical.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
In this country, 6 families and 8,000 Kenyans control 90% of the GDP. We are not a country. We are a plantation. We work for Ruto.
When you're telling the judges court orders are papers or they will not obey court orders, they're sitting and you're seeking orders from them. So how are they supposed to interpret it? Isn't it an oxymoron?
When you see a judiciary that seems to be under some control somewhere, you start questioning. We have very powerful governors, but they don't use their offices to serve the people.
If you are not shameful to do what you are doing, why should we protect you?
I'm human. Everybody's human. So when you're told, kuja tuongee, I mean, you'd be a fool to say, "Stagi kuongea today." Conversations have to be had, you know?
People in leadership should only go into leadership if they are ready and willing to change the lot of the people.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on SpiceFM.
He is himself actually has admitted.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Coming into quite a few minutes after 8 o'clock, it's 13 minutes past 8. Our conversations continue this morning, and you've got to ask yourself the question that when we've been discussing how to navigate this constantly changing world, when it comes to your money, you need a plan that's easy to access. The good news is that ICA Line is making your financial journey seamless and digital. And ICA then is able to offer you these services, and you can forget the old-fashioned way of doing things with retirement preparedness tool and also a chat box, and you have a self-service portal making planning for retirement actually much easier. It helps you calculate exactly how much you need for retirement, and it gives you a specific plan towards your target, rather specific target towards your plan. So ICA is making insurance and investment necessities and not luxuries for a diverse group of people. Find your accessible, inclusive and helpful plan today. Just ask, what's your plan? And check out the digital tools at icealion.co.ke. And how about some winning? Some winning sounds good in January. When was the last time your everyday payments actually paid you back? With the KCB winning card, every pay you takes you closer to a major win. Here's all you have to do. Use your KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card whenever you're shopping, fueling your car, grabbing lunch, or shopping online. You get a chance to win weekly, monthly, and a grand prize. Weekly winners walk away with 10,000 shillings. Monthly winners walk away with 100,000 shillings. And the grand prize is a holiday getaway to Zanzibar for 2 with everything that you need paid for. So shop today and get a fast and secure and reliable setup, as well as an opportunity to win. Use your KCB card today. It is the winning card. We're getting into a conversation today about plot twists and a lot more. And joining us in this conversation is a good friend of ours, and we're going to have a question about parties and what exactly is going on with that. But I'm sure that he'll tell us in a little bit. Odongo Nyakera is the Nairobi DCP patron, and he's here with us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Good.
I think 13 days now.
Yes, it is. But you know what the rules are? Is that at least until the 15th of January, we can be saying Happy New Year.
Yeah.
And then depending on, what side of the bed you woke up on, we can push it until...
Valentine.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You see, you know these things. You do know these things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so thank you for being here this morning.
And thank you for having me here.
Asante sana. Dennis is going to share today's proverb. We'd love to get your thoughts.
Yeah, so today we are in Algeria, the continent's largest country, landmass, but the 10th globally in terms of its size as well. It is a country that is rich in resources, and oil exportation is one that continues to push the country's economy. And because we just talked about oil, in some places actually, in Algeria, petrol is cheaper than water because the country, 90% of it is Sahara Desert. So that goes to tell you just how great places are in the continent. But let's go to the proverb. Speak kindly or refrain from talking. What does that say? What do you think Algerians are trying to tell us?
It just says that just in a lot of times... You don't even know the other person, what they're going through, the challenges. So if you're not kind to them, you're probably even making it worse for them. So if you have nothing nice or good to say, just say nothing.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So there are a lot of things that are presenting themselves in the country at the moment. So first of all, are you still with the Farmers Party?
I'm with DCP.
Okay, with DCP.
That's why I'm the patron for Nairobi. So that's my party.
Okay.
Yeah.
For this conversation moving forward, Odongo Nyakera is with DCP.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now, there are many things going on at the moment. On that list is that people are not quite sure who's where. So Odongo Nyakera might say he's with DCP today, but just because of how politics play out, we might see something happening tomorrow. We have seen that party leader Rigathi Gachagua has been around the country, and he's been very bold with some of the things that he's been saying, which have actually spurred on thought in the minds of people. And so the question becomes, is it purely political, or is it clearly to get Kenya to a place whereby it's operating optimally? And how can we see these politics, especially for that of the president? That is it one that is marked by a desire to see Kenya do and be better?
I think if you look at it from the two angles, one from Rigathi Gachagua and one from the president. Rigathi Gachagua has been talking about certain things around our country. The most recent was the discussion around the placements in schools, where he went around schools in the Mount Kenya region, where we have about 30-40% of the population from northeastern Kenya in the schools, while the locals who've gotten much higher grades are not being placed in those schools. And that's not just for Mount Kenya. It's actually also for the other regions. In Western, you'll find the same, the very good schools, the Marandas and the others. The people coming up, we have a very small population for the locals. And it calls the question on what are we doing, what are leaders doing with the money that they are receiving from the national government? During the period of devolution, Northern Kenya has received 1 trillion shillings from the national government through the devolution funds as well as the equalization fund. So the question is, why don't they have any good schools in that region, even with 1 trillion shillings having been poured there? And then when you come to the local schools, like for example, a place like Murang'a, Njiri High School. Njiri High School is land that was given by the community school built by the community before it got to the place where the national government came in now to put up once it was converted into a sub-county, super county school. So, which means that the locals should at least be the ones to be given preference, especially the ones who've done well. So that's a conversation that even I've seen the leadership from Northeastern have picked up, and they've at least not the leadership, but the professionals from Northeastern have picked up and said, by the way, on this we agree with Rigathi Gachagua. Our leaders need to start working for us. We need to start prioritizing the things that matter for the people, and not just building malls and other things in Nairobi when your people don't have those facilities that they require. And then when now they go to school, they pass, and you're like, no, you're forcing them to other schools where the other leaders, the local leaders, actually put the resources to work. If you come to the side of the president and the narrative, I think that's where most of the things that we are seeing the president say are actually more political than actionable. Because I feel the president should be doing more than speaking. But every pronouncement that we are hearing is actually more politically inclined. The hustler narrative has not even died down. Now we're on the Singapore journey. Yeah. And when you ask yourself, how do we get to Singapore when the health system is not working? When we have now done 4 years, heading to 4 years, and not one single person has been charged with corruption in this country, other than Waitito. Yeah, nothing else. When education in itself, today I can tell you my WhatsApp, I have over 20-30 messages from parents who cannot take their children to school. And I was looking at a school that was charging 53,000 the other day, 2 years ago. Now it's charging 100,000. Which parent is going to afford 100,000 per year for 4 years?
Okay.
Yeah. So you see, I'm not seeing actions. Yet the president has actually all the power for action. It's mostly narrative. We are seeing that he's talking about the opposition has no agenda. And to be honest, the opposition can only have an agenda. The president actually can take action, because the issues that we are raising are that the president does not have an agenda. If I just add one more point, which is regards to the global positioning. We've seen the actions that America has been taking over the last few weeks. And have been actions that disrupt world order, and in particular, even areas around the provisions of the WTO, the World Trade Organizations, in ways of how do countries trade. And I don't know how Kenya then prepares itself to this new world order or disorder. Is it because we've not even had a pronouncement from the president on issues around how are we trading, who are trading partners, how are we prepared to continue? Because everybody you talk to is complaining about the economic circumstances. But we have actually not had any pronouncements from the president on issues that affect people directly. Not just pronouncements, but actions. Yeah, because we are just told the dollar is stable. Yeah, but that really does not change anything. If you don't have even a dollar in your pocket, it doesn't matter whether it's 130 or 170, you still have zero in your pocket. So I think we are hearing more from the president than we are seeing, and we ought to be seeing more.
Which then asks the question, even as we hear more from the president and we're not seeing boots on ground in moving the agenda. I mean, we talk about the Hustler Fund. What happened to Hustler Fund? We talk about a better bottom-up economic transformation agenda. What happened to that? We're not seeing boots on ground that will say, even in the agenda that we had, we are 20%, 50%. We do not have any stats to show that. And now we're talking about Singapore. You've talked about the world order that is changing. How will those decisions affect Kenya? Is Kenya preparing for what is to come, But that notwithstanding, one would then look at it in terms of all we are seeing happening is We are fighting to form the next government. We are fighting for the election day. No one is fighting about, okay, there is a conversation that has started that northern frontier counties do not have schools. Schools is a national government matter. What is the president doing to address these? And we are seeing zero. All we are seeing is 2027, we want to form power. When does Mwananchi become front and center?
You know, that's particularly the issue that we have. And I saw I think I can't remember the name of the organization, but they had put out the manifestos that were under the Kenya Kwanza, and out of the 269 promises by around September last year, when they released the report, only 16% were marked complete, and all the others were not. And at the time of that launch of that report is when the president was on overdrive, making more promises. Promises on the 28,000 kilometers, promises on the highways that are going to be built. So essentially, we have 253 promises not fulfilled, and then now we've started adding more, and now we've added the bigger one, which is our journey to Singapore. And you've talked about the US and the trade issues. The AGOA is actually coming to an end this year.
Yes.
And we have seen the increase in reciprocal tariffs that have been placed in Kenya, on Kenya. So the question is now, without AGOA and without what's next with the trade pact with the US. Before Trump came, when in our last administration, we were actually very close to signing the bilateral agreement with the US, which was going to be the second after the one in Morocco, for an African trade country to have a bilateral agreement. Till today, that has not been signed, and that conversation we don't even hear about it. So essentially, there's a lot of talk. There's very little action. So when you see us on the opposition side, and we are saying that one term, and they're saying that one term is not an agenda. It's an agenda because what lies below the one term is actually everything that is going wrong. The issues of health, that SHA people are still paying in cash, and it was replaced it replaced NHIF, which seemed to be functioning better. The issue that all appointments are actually about politics. It's to loyalists rather than actually to the actions and the competence. We are seeing now probably there will be the impending cabinet reshuffles and all that, but they will not be about making Kenya Singapore. Right. It will be about making the two-term possibility a reality for them.
It's interesting because if we look at the rebuttal to that the president has had on several an opportunity when he had to speak, is that, so they say one term, and then what do they say after that? I think maybe giving rise to that. What would be the other side of these issues that we see today? With the ones that you've raised, for example, trade issues. We've talked about corruption issues. You talk about, non-developmental issues, 253 promises unmet. What would be the answer to that? Because you know what, Irungu, that easily 80 to 85% of the folks who are asking for an opportunity to lead have been in these circles in the last 20 years. They've been there. They are there. So what would be the differentiating factor to ask Kenyans to cast their view in a different direction? What would be the thing that would be done differently to bring about an opposite result?
I can tell you, if you speak to an average Kenyan today, they will actually tell you what they want to be done. And it is absolutely has nothing to do with what the president has been able to achieve today. The Kenyans will tell you that their economic circumstances are very challenging. It's January, people are taking kids back to school. They are unable to take kids back to school. And when they are, the cost is way higher than it ever used to be. is January people are coming back to their businesses. The businesses are not what they used to be. There is no money in circulation. And that's what everybody is saying. There is money in circulation for a few people. But for the general public and your common mwananchi, there is no money. We have banks that are making supernormal profits, but they're not making them from the common mwananchi. They're making them from the government. This will be the first year when the government will be borrowing over 1 trillion shillings in borrowings. In the last, for the period between July to November, the government raised about 965 billion in taxes and paid 895 billion in loans repayment, leaving very little less than 60-70 billion for everything else, including salaries, pending bills, development, nothing, and we are still borrowing more. Yeah, so the common man is actually just trying to survive. People are not even trying to grow; they just want to survive. They want those 3 meals for their families. They want to at least get transport to get to work, and that was not the promise that was made.
Yeah,
and that's not the growth that people are looking for. And that's why they're saying that there's no agenda. The agenda is actually on youth and youth employment. It's on business and supporting industries and supporting small businesses to grow. It's on pending bills and paying people who actually are owed money, their money, so that they can actually put money back into it. It's on accountability in terms of utilization of funds that are public funds, so that we are not borrowing in excess. And whatever is being borrowed is used and raised is used in the right way. It's actually accountability in how our laws are respected. We are not creating infrastructure fund to start putting money that we have sold Safaricom, we've sold KPC by force, and then that put them into some fund that is not authorized, and then use the money the way we want. So those are the things that Kenyans are tired of. They actually want a space where the leaders are serving them and not serving themselves. And that's really what the one term is actually representing. It's representing everything that Kenyans don't want about the current administration.
2022, one thing that Kenyans voted for was Pessah mfukoni.
Yes.
Because economy, people want to take care of their sick, people want to take their children to school, they want to eat, they want to live good, people want to enjoy life, We're only here for a short period. But today, any Kenyan out there will tell you that through the taxation regime that there is, they're poorer today as compared to 2022. That even the taxes that are collected, Kenyans cannot see the trillions of shillings that have been collected on anything, We are paying debt, but there is also the talk of a debt whose funds never got to Kenya in the first place, So it is a question of things are so difficult. We have given so much money, but there is nothing for us to show. And anyone who's out there will ask, fine, everyone wants to form government, but what guarantees do we have? Because give and take, like Ndo has said, everyone who's in the political space right now has been there for the past 20 years. Some have been older than majority of Gen Zs who are out there today in the political space. And how do Kenyans then trust that the current political class has their best interest at heart, regardless where they look?
Yeah, and I think the last, because we're part of the side, the Kenya Kwanza side in the last campaign, and so we worked very hard to put together the manifesto, which, as you said, was actually Pessah mfukoni.
Yeah.
But what ended up, in my view, is mashimo mifukoni. Ile pesa yote that was there. Yeah. And it's true, some of the people are the same. They've been there in politics. Because to be fair, you also can't come out of nowhere and lead the nation.
True.
That's why the most important thing is to start looking at the track record of the people that we want to elect. If somebody has never been in government or in service, then they also cannot understand government and how it will run and how they will run, and cannot make promises. But I think the former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, during the campaigns for 2022, he was telling us, I know my deputy president. You guys don't know my deputy president. I know him, and I'm telling you, you should not elect him. So we should also be listening to people who are close to those we are trying to elect, or we want to elect. If you look at the people that we have in a united opposition, we do have good people. We have Rigathi, we have someone like Kalonzo as well. Kalonzo has been there for a very long time. And Kalonzo is not known for actually any corruption. He's a steadfast leader. He's a diplomat. And you see, there are people saying, he's not strong. But we are running away from that strong person, because a strong man believes that he can do it all by himself. But a leader believes that he can put together a team that can deliver for him and with him for Kenyans. And I think it's time that we start looking at that. You see, the united opposition is not saying, we are not saying that there is a single individual who can manage to beat William Ruto in the next election. It's all these 5, 6, 7 different leaders coming together and saying, let's exploit our individual strengths and the strength of our networks so that we can win. But also, once we win, we have 7, 8 people there who are at that table who will be accountable to the millions of Kenyans. And they will be able to come to the table and say, this is not what we promised Kenyans. But you see, in the current dispensation, it's only one guy. He's the one who delivered his seats. He's the one who, sometimes when you talk to him, he's like, I'm the one who got elected. I'm the one who campaigned. I'm the one who brought everything to the table. So he feels that he's the king and nobody should talk or advise him. That's why our current president, the biggest problem that he has is that the buck stops with him. Anything that is wrong cannot be attributed to anybody else, because at some point he certainly made a call or made the decision for anything to go in that direction. Nobody advised him to sell Safaricom. It's him who said, I'll sell Safaricom. Nobody advised him on where the funds for selling Safaricom will go. 2 months before he said they'll sell Safaricom, they passed the Privatization Act. The Due Privatization Act was very clear that all the proceeds from privatization will go directly into the consolidated fund, changing the provisions of the previous Privatization Act that was there that mandated the Treasury to create special purpose accounts where money can go. Now he's taken us back to the old Privatization Act that allowed for a new fund to be created, yet it's not in law. So he's advising himself. He's the one who called us one day and told us to go to State House so that we can pass the 4 bills that then came to bring SHA. We had not even I was the chairman of KEMSA. We had not been consulted, but we were the ones to provide the products to this once the law is enacted. To this. So essentially, that's the biggest problem. So the beauty with the united opposition is that there'll be checks and balances. There'll be enough people who are able to come out and speak to each other and tell each other because they've worked together as a team.
Can Kenyans believe the position? Because Kenyans, the politics in Kenya are always very interesting. I mean, just look at the headline on the Standard today is that there's a gentleman who's moved from a plush position and he's going to throw his name, or rather his hat into the ring to be president in 2027. And is a game, what people are calling a game, that it's likely to split people or to put people's attention in a different direction. My question goes to, can Kenyans believe? Because already the words have come out from many people that Rigathi Gachagua and his party would be a way to move people's attention and then essentially bring people back and he actually is still and might still be working with William Ruto. You've heard that, I'm sure, Odongo.
Yes.
Is that the case? Not that I expect you to say it is, but is there a possibility that could happen, that one day Rigathi Gachagua would see a different light and say, you know what, actually it's possible that Singapore is where we all want to go?
I can tell you because this is something he's told me personally. You remember by the time Rigathi Gachagua was being ousted from the position of deputy president, the entire Mount Kenya was already in opposition. He did not take the Mount Kenya to the opposition. He found the Mount Kenya in opposition. And he always says, should he become Saul from Paul, it's not the other way, then he will go alone. Because the reasons why people are in opposition, it's not just because they want to be in opposition. It's because of the failed promises. The promises of Pessah and Fukoni, the promises of businesses doing better, the promises of their children getting jobs, the promises of the children getting educated. So those are the promises that have failed. And what we are seeing are games. And these games, we really love the Standard. I have to tell you that. We love the Standard for the bold headlines and for the bold stories. And we also love Spice and everything else because of that. And there is a possibility that one of you might also end up in cabinet should there be reshuffles. We really hope that the Standard will continue being the way it is. What we are seeing here, and we saw it with Moses Kuria, we are seeing with Owalo, we will see it after the reshuffles. That the president will start pushing his people out to the ground to create confusion. And that's why you saw Moses Kuria come and say he wants to run for president. The next minute he said he wants to run for governor of Nairobi. The next minute he said now he's insulting Gachagua, he's back with Ruto. We saw him with Ruto yesterday or the day before. It will be the same for Owalo. It will be the same for Oparanya, and probably even the same with Joho, because the biggest target for the president right now is building UDA and killing ODM. Killing ODM, not fully, but making ODM a Nyanza-only party. So the powers that ODM had outside Nyanza want to be clipped. That's why the president wants Joho and his people in ODM from the coast to get out of ODM, create a new party, political party, where all the ODM now takes over from the ODM of the coast.
If I may ask you, Odongo, why would, it's like poker, why would you show your hand? So obviously to everybody, this announcement from Owalo came over the weekend. And within minutes, people said, this is a game. We've put it in the headlines today. It's very clear. You have already charted out and seen it's very clear what's supposed to be happening here. That Owalo wants to go and get the rest of the Nyanza votes and bring them, and then later on come and tell people that actually, you know what, we might as well join Ruto. It is clear. Why would I do something like that? And it is so clear to everybody that obviously this is what you're doing, and then still continue with it. Really still thinking that the people then would cling on to Owalo. Why would I do something so evident for everybody to see? We've already dissected it in less than 3 days. Why would somebody do that?
But you see, that's what they call the elephant in the room. It's so clear, it's so big, yet it's there. And with time, you just ignore it. So people even forgot that Kuria was in government.
Or is he desperate?
No, he's there because you see, you will normalize their being outside government, but he's still in the payroll. He still has his offices in Karen, which are government offices. He still has government vehicles. He's still with government. So, but when you do it early enough, he'll be able to chart his way. Not really his way, but he'll be seen to chart his way. We'll make a noise about Owalo now, but within a week, 2 weeks, we'll forget about all of that, and Owalo will continue and with the agenda that is created. Last week, the 81st birthday of Raila, the coast politicians in ODM met, in coast, and they said, make Joho the party leader, or we'll create our own party. And that party is Aisha Jumwa, Joho, Kingi, and Mvuria. So again, all the ODM still wants in the coast. Oparanya himself said he's ready to leave ODM. And he's ready to marshal votes for William Ruto. And he will be put in the Western Kenya region to create their own political party that then brings in Luya votes into the pocket, and then bring them there. The discussions have been with Kindiki that there is Mount Kenya is not one. There's Mount Kenya East, then Mount Kenya West, so that Kindiki can go control the smaller part of the Mount Kenya East. Yeah, so this is very well calculated. So everything that you see Ruto do is politics. Absolutely. And I am saying, if for 4 years we have not had development, and so far everything he's saying is politics, what makes us imagine that in a second term, should he get a second term, that he will care at all on anything that is development? In my view, if William Ruto got a second term, the same way we've seen the first term being everything about politics, his second terms will be everything about politics to get a replacement for himself, so that he can protect himself beyond 2032 on issues of corruption, on issues of his wealth, on issues of defamation, anything else, he protects himself. So there is absolute, and that's why from the opposition side, what you're saying is that, yes, why will Kenya believe us? Because he's a man in the ring. He's the one with the money. He's the one who can pay all the pipers, and
he's the one with Kenyans money.
He's the one with Kenyans money.
All right.
So he can control the narrative in many ways because he has the money. But in Kenyans' hearts, people won't change. You don't get change from the person who's oppressing you.
Kenyans want change. We agree. Kenyans have shown that they want change. But let's speak about these Kenyans for a moment in terms of interrogating statements out there, interrogating moves that are being made, because you mentioned about Moses Kuria, who left, even had a candidate in Mbeere, and it said it is one of the reasons why the opposition didn't even get that vote, because votes were split. But here we talk about Kenyans who have said what it is they want. They have trust issues with the current political class, but there is also the aspect of violence that is meted every other political season that does exist. And one asks the question, even in churches nowadays, because a politician has showed up, they have to be beaten and tear gas has to be thrown in this place. Violence and politics in Kenya, are they Siamese twins? And if not, how do we deal with that problem? Because Nyakera, if I want to support you, I want to come support you and be sure that I'll go home as I came to your election. Why do we see that political parties or political meetings in the country are full of violence? Is it a currency?
It speaks to the intolerance of the current administration, because the violence in most instances is actually coming from the government side. If you look at when we were in Kariobangi, after the election of our MCA in Kariobangi North, and we were in church for Thanksgiving, and they tear gassed us in church. We had not even planned on, we didn't even imagine that could happen, so we didn't even have a plan B, that there are people we had put in place to help or support us or even get out of that. 3 days ago, I think on Thursday in Nyeri, when the deputy president, former deputy president, went to Nyeri, they were met by 3,000-4,000 goons who had been paid by the state to disrupt his meeting. The following day, he went to Kirinyaga. They were met by an even bigger mob in Kirinyaga. And even the vehicles, all the vehicles were vandalized. The equipment, the media equipment for the former deputy president were even stolen. Don't have it anymore. In church on Sunday in Kiambu, in Gatondo, the same. They were tear gassed.
But Irungu, one cannot also just say that it's just government side, because one of the key principles, J.B. Muturi, former Attorney General, you know what I mean, during the by-election, he was seen beating up an individual, and one would say someone of his stature, even if someone has wronged you, the best thing to do is remand them, take them to police. So violence, one would say, comes from both sides, no?
No, JB as one case
represents you.
But one instance versus all the others of
can't be excused either way.
You see, it was election day. Tempers are high, running high. You are seeing all these people who are coming to taunt you, because they've been sent by the state. And you're also human, because I'm saying it's retaliatory. It is not actually, he's not the one who started it. The ones who started it, actually, if you look at the Mbere itself, the 4 polling centers where they actually stole the elections, they poured goons in the morning.
So do you agree then that violence is currency in Kenya's politics, whichever side that chooses it?
Unfortunately, it seems like the government wants it to become a currency, which means that even for us on the opposition side, then we'll have to use it as well, because we cannot. Nobody has the monopoly of violence. Nobody has a monopoly of goons. Because why do we have goons? We have goons because we have very many young, capable youth who are unemployed, who for that reason they can be used, and they're being used, and the government is leading in using them.
I like that you chose the word leading, so they're not solely using them, that they're being used across board, because the tactics that one would be painted or with to move ahead politically are the same tactics that are applied by other people. No?
We don't have saints in opposition.
Okay.
We have politicians as well. So if the government decides to be using goons, even the opposition will be using goons. And who will be injured is the goons themselves. It's the Kenyans who will eventually get injured.
I understand. A bit of a difficult or maybe uncomfortable question. Would DCP would it have been formed? Would all of these things that we've heard said in the last 1 year have been done if Rigathi Gachagua had not been impeached as deputy president? It's a question that's been asked of him. Maybe it's not a question that has been asked of you in a public, platform like this one. But would this be the case had he not been impeached? Would the stirring of the proverbial oyster have been so strong that he would have said, you know what? All of the things that he says today that he found uncomfortable when he was in that position would have stirred him to say, you know what? I relinquish my position as deputy president. I resign and I want to find and form a different path. Would all those things have happened, Irungo?
I don't want to speak for him. All I can say is that he was thrown out for speaking the uncomfortable truth inside. He might not
when
have,
nobody heard it. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
He might not have said it publicly, but he said it within government.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's why he was thrown out.
That's why he was thrown out.
Okay.
Yeah. So because when you're inside government, even if you spoke ill of the government, nobody will hear you, and you'll actually look silly, to the outsiders, because you're in government, because you are always told, okay, then resign, exit. But then when you tell them internally, these are the challenges, we can't do this, we need to change this and that, then they're like, okay, he's not one of us.
Yeah, I hear you.
Let's throw him out.
Because let's be real.
Yeah.
The things that are happening out here for Kenyans, it's not fun.
No.
We've got families whose children are not in school. This one that everybody's going back to school. There's those who can't.
Yeah.
There's those who don't have clean drinking water.
Yes.
There are people who don't understand what it is when you talk about a road that goes from farm to market. There are people who grow 3 cabbages and they're looking for transport to take it to the market to eat something that day.
Yeah.
There are 30 plus counties that are on the brink of starvation because of drought. And there are authorities within government. That there are teachers who are looking for money. Doctors are on the street today, teachers tomorrow. I mean, it's all over the place. It is on that desperation that Kenyans build hope. That's why they come out to those rallies. It's not because they are bored on a Sunday, Rongo. That's why Kenyans come out, because maybe this person who's standing up atop a vehicle is going to not just tell them to feel better, but that if they give them this last hope, because that's what it is, this vote is that last hope to say, you know what, do change. And if it turns out to be a lie, it is more than just in public.
Yeah.
It is a dashing of somebody's life.
Yeah.
sometimes politicians don't understand. So this is the crux. This is where rubber meets the road. So maybe it's a message you can take back and say, guys, if we're not serious about this thing, leave it.
And you see, the reasons why Kenyans have that hope is because he's the only person out there. And I think there's a time when Rigathi Gachagua was at Thika Green meeting professionals from Mount Kenya. And he told them, guys, you need to, I want to challenge you to also take up a leadership position so that we can bring order and sanity into our politics. You see, unfortunately, we only vote for the people who present themselves.
Yeah.
And if somebody has not presented themselves, then everything else they're saying, they can only add to a conversation, but they're not. They will not be the ones to bring the change, and people will hang on the one who actually has presented themselves, because that's the one who can carry their dreams. So my call is also to the professionals as well, people who believe that they can change this country. Let's come out. Let's seek to be voted for so that we can bring this change. You see, Kenya has 3 arms of government. We have the executive, we have the judiciary, and we have the legislature. The executive is the one that has failed Kenyans. But it has failed Kenyans because the legislature has allowed the executive to fail Kenyans. When the president says that we'll sell Safaricom and put the money into a fund that I'm the one who's controlling, it's only the legislature that can pass that kind of law that allows the president to do that. And they very quickly do. Wanapewa 10,000 shillings, kila mtu anapitisha asubuhi. Yeah. And that's why we need, when we look at the executive, yes, but let's also look at the legislature. That's actually where the laws are made. That's the oversight for the government. Judiciary, to be honest, they're trying their best. But the legislature has completely failed us for being in bed with the executive to oppress Kenyans.
You know, you've brought in something that is really critical, because I remember a time, I went back also, Rigathi Gachagua said, when I was just having a conversation, said, look at the kind of people that Raila Odinga put in parliament.
Yes.
The caliber of individuals that he put in parliament who would push his agenda could not be compared with people that are on his side, you know. And this speaks to the kind of people that, as Kenyans, we vote for. And if Kenyans interrogate the individuals out there, and as Ndwa said, the reason why every electioneering year there is a change is because people are voting using that hope so that their lives become better. Today, if opposition would form government, it would be because Kenyans have that hope and have trusted you with that hope that you would change. So what are we doing to ensure that individuals who get to the legislature will work for Kenyans and not the executive? Because we say here, executive, the legislature is powerful than even the executive, because they are the ones who even pass the budgets that would go to fund these offices. So what are we doing to marshal up credible individuals who will work for the people and not just there to rubber stamp what the executive wants?
But and that's what I'm saying. You see, the people will be voted for the ones, the guy in the ring. And so because sometimes people come and tell me, my friends, why are you running? There's nothing that you're going to look for. You have the business, you have XYZ, why are you running? And I keep telling them that if I don't, someone else will. And that person, I don't think, I might, in my view, I feel that I have the vision, the plan for what I want to do for Nairobi, should I be elected governor. There are people who want to run so that they can make money. There are people who want to run because they have nothing else to do. They want to create a career with it. And the same for the legislature. There are people who actually are brilliant lawyers. Like, I really love a man by the name Otiende Amolo. And I've known him for very many years. And I see when he stands in Bunge and speaks, he talks sense. There are others, especially from Mount Kenya, who when they speak, the speaker has to look for a translator, to explain to Kenyans what exactly this guy is saying. Yeah. We have to ensure that the people that we send to parliament, even as voters, we need to tell ourselves, by the way, the guy we are sending to parliament, we are not sending him just for our constituency, we are sending him for Kenya. And so when we look at the people who've presented themselves, then we look for the best. And then when these professionals come to seek elective positions, nothing will ever be done differently. Only the work that they are going to deliver will be done differently. The politics will be done the same. If the politics is done in a certain way, there is no need to come and change the politics the way it's done. Just do it the way that it's always been done. Then once you are elected, now change things from there. Yeah. And that's the only thing I can tell the people, the professionals who would like to serve Kenyans.
Odongo Nyakera is the patron of DCP Nairobi. Thank you so much for being here this morning. I mean, you know, you say these things and we latch on to them. So we are looking forward to a time where we see these things actually come through. The time is ticking and it's coming.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing these thoughts with us this morning. We look forward to, you know, engaging again in the near future. It's necessary that we do and not keep quiet until the next. Asante sana.
Asante sana.
Good morning.
And have a good day.
Yes, you too. It's 9 a.m.
It is now 9 a.m. with ICEA Lion. Insurance and investment made simple for people like you, courtesy of ICEA Lion.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Attorney General Dorcas Odongo and National Treasury CS John Bardin are today expected to appear before lawmakers to defend the government's controversial 244 billion shilling sale of a stake in Telkom's giant Safaricom to South Africa's Vodacom. Two parliamentary committees have begun a 9-day series of hearings to scrutinize the sale of a 15% stake in Safaricom to Vodacom. The hearings, conducted by the Departmental Committee on Finance and National Planning and the Select Committee on Public Debt and Privatization, will feature testimony from more than 40 entities. Vodacom Group will also acquire Vodafone Kenya's entire shareholding, consolidating its control and raising its total stake in Safaricom to 55%. The government will retain a 20% stake, while the remaining 25% remains publicly held. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen has announced plans to raise Kenya's legal drinking age from 18 to 21 years. Speaking during a televised interview last night, Murkomen said the move is among reforms being advanced following recommendations presented to President William Ruto. Murkomen said enhancing the minimum age of drinking from 18 years to 21 years is necessary as there is a crisis of alcohol and drug abuse in the country. He highlighted an Akada report showing that 4.9 million Kenyans are addicted to one substance or the other.
The proposals that are already on the table is to enhance the age of drinking, the minimum age of drinking from 18 to 21. It is also to ban online sales of alcohol. By the way, that is an area where there is a big crisis. Many parents do not realize that most of those things that their children are ordering, in fact, ordering alcohol online from shops that are sold online, makes it possible for underage to receive alcohol because there is being ordered delivered in their houses and there is no way mechanism of monitoring.
Murkomen also announced that the government is considering prohibiting alcohol advertising and restricting the sale of alcohol near schools.
It is also to ensure that prohibit advertisement of alcohol for a certain period of time, to create alcohol-free zones, including around schools and public parks. There is a big problem of licensing. At the moment, we are struggling with licensing. If you look at some places, county government licenses are offered. Like we have a small center in my home there in the part of Trans Nzoia called Kachibora, and it has about, you're told about, liquors, license
selling shops, about 10 in a very small center. In some centers, we have even about 300.
The U.S. state of Minnesota has sued the Trump administration in an attempt to block a surge of federal immigration agents into the state. The lawsuit argues the deployment amounts to an unconstitutional federal invasion. Minnesota's Attorney General Keith Ellison and Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said they would continue to push back because immigration operations had upended life for millions and caused chaos and violence.
We're here to announce a lawsuit we're filing against the United States Department of Homeland Security to end the unlawful, unprecedented surge of the federal law enforcement agents into Minnesota, because this has to stop.
What we are seeing right now is not normal immigration enforcement. We are not asking ICE not to do ICE things. We are asking this federal government to stop the unconstitutional conduct that is invading our streets each and every day.
The lawsuit comes after Renee Good, age 37, was shot dead by an immigration agent in Minneapolis last week, triggering large protests in the city. The lawsuit asks a federal court to declare the deployment illegal. The Trump administration has described the legal action as baseless. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
You have land, Denis. Yeah. Okay, your own land. You use your own money to build it, and then you sell it to yourself.
But we don't want foreign troops on Kenyan soil.
But surely it goes a little bit deeper.
If you find the tree is withering, then you call the person who is managing that tree. Come around.
Yeah,
Why? Tell me what is
first of all, what's the problem?
Yes, what is the problem there?
How do we expect ourselves to move forward as a country?
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation. The following takes place from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. every weekday on Spice FM.
He is himself actually has admitted that he bribed members of parliament, so...
he admitted that he bribed members of parliament?
Well, when he said...
The government.
Yeah, when he said that he gave the 10 million was for what?
We're always quick to point faults in somebody else before you look at your own faults as a person.
If it was Kanu's day, hii amuka naye leo ungekuwa umeenda mbali sana hii. So and we must celebrate you.
There are 600 million people now globally estimated to be living with diabetes in the world. So it is a major health problem. It's the largest single disease rising pandemic that we're dealing with right now.
The Situation Room, Kenya's biggest conversation.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 8 minutes after 9 o'clock, and a very good morning to you as you get into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation. It's the Situation Room this morning with Denis and Ndu. And as we continue this morning, we're going to go into a disability conversation. We'll come into that in just a while. But let's end this on a note of optimism, because at its core, ICA Lion is in the business of human growth and the joy of a better life. Let's just get that out of the way and sort it out, because you know that, don't you? They want to romance the benefits of planning for the future in an upbeat and memorable way. This isn't about fear, it's about the great life you can build when you are prepared. They help discerning individuals create wealth and protect themselves through innovative services. So whether it's wealth generation or it's protecting assets or retirement security, ICA Lion is a brand for you. So if you're planning for the future with insurance and investments, if you're not planning for the future, rather, it's about high time that you did. So I have to ask you again, what's your plan? Get started on that better life at icealion.co.ke. We're doing it, aren't we? Yes, we are. And also, let me get you on a winning streak with the KCB winning card this year. this December, this January, you're thinking to yourself, okay, so how are we ever going to get, and we're only on day 15 and we're yet to get to 74. How about I told you that there would be a way to win when you pay? Let's talk about a once-in-a-lifetime chance to win a dream getaway, all thanks to the KCB winning card. And here's how it works. If you bank with KCB and you pay using your KCB debit, credit, or prepaid card, you get a chance to win. Seriously, you do. Every single time you pay. So whether you're buying groceries, whether you're fueling your car, whether you're grabbing lunch, whatever it is that you're paying for, and you're doing it with your KCB card, you get a chance to enter weekly, monthly, and grand prize draws. 10,000 shillings is what weekly winners walk away with. 100,000 shillings is what monthly winners walk away with. And a trip to Zanzibar, Spice Island, is a grand prize holiday where your flights, accommodations, exciting excursions are paid for. Dennis, you can think about paying with a KCB card and you can go with Nani to Okoh. Just something to think about. I'm just saying. Not a bad one, is it? Right. So think about paying with your KCB card, and remember that KCB is for people. And it is for better. All right, so we're getting to a conversation this morning, and we are having one around issues of disability and what the disability law says. Joining us, or rather have already joined us this morning in the conversation as we get into things today is... there'll be two, but for the one that's here so far, Jean Okoh is Programs Officer with Riziki Source, and she's here in the room this morning with us. Jean, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you.
Karibu sana, and welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you for having me.
We go around the African continent every week. We come back from a different country with its proverbs. Dennis will tell you where we are this week. We'd love to get your interpretation.
Jean, which is the largest country in Africa? By landmass.
By landmass.
It's Algeria.
Sudan?
Algeria,
Okay.
yes. And they have a beautiful fox called the large-eared fennec fox. It's a big-eared fennec fox.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a beautiful animal.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, looks like it's something you can tame, but remember, it is a fox. All right. The country is also rich in oil, and it is what they use for pushing the economy. But one thing that stands out for Algeria is the fact that 70% of lawyers in the country are women, and 60% of judges in the country are also women. Wow. So when you talk about a 2/3 gender rule, perhaps we need to go there to just learn how they're doing it. All right. But let's go to the proverb: speak kindly or refrain from talking. Speak kindly or refrain from talking. What do you think Algerians are saying?
Speak kindly or refrain from talking. If you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything. Just keep quiet. Yeah. Don't offend people. Yeah. Be kind always. I think that's what they're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's blissful to just shut up.
Isn't it just?
Yeah.
Right.
Being silent.
Okay. So even as we get into this, give us an insight into what the disability law is all about.
Overall, it's all about protecting the rights of persons with disabilities in different sectors, whether it's employment, health, and education. And it's a framework to ensure that persons with disabilities are included in all facets of our society, because we've seen that in the past they have been left aside, discriminated against because of the perceived notions around disability. But as for the Act itself, now the framework, it provides guidelines for all sectors of our society so that they're included in our workspaces, and also to support them access opportunities, access healthcare, access education, and ensure that our institutions have been aligned so that they're inclusive. We have all the devices, all the resources that we need so that children, adults with disabilities are able to access opportunities.
So the law has taken the approach of inclusivity so that the people with disabilities are part of conversations, in these rooms for conversations to take place, and that they don't feel left out. You know, for a very long time we've just seen what has always been pushed is let's have ramps, you know. But this conversation is even larger in terms of ensuring that the private sector, most of the time we focused only on the public sector, but this one now also brings in the private sector. how have we been faring in terms of just ensuring that people with disabilities feel like they're part of the society, part of this conversation, and part of the room?
I'd say in the private sector, slow progress around that, because initially they were not legally mandated to include persons with disabilities in their spaces. But right now, the law, this is an obligation. It's no longer you doing me a favor. It's required of the law. It's more than a moral requirement. It's more than the projects or the programs that we have around charity, but it's a legal obligation for you to create an inclusive space for me to be able to thrive and access certain opportunities that are available. Yes.
Okay. So also joining us in the room this morning as we have this conversation is Julius Mbura, who is the head of advocacy at Enable. Good morning, Julius.
Good morning to you.
How are you doing?
Very good. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Karibu sana to the Situation Room.
Thank you very much.
Thank you indeed for being here. And Jean is just, giving us a heads up in terms of what the disability law is all about.
Yeah.
We'd like to hear from you what that is from your perspective, how that then does play out in society today.
Yeah, I would say the Disability Act of 2025 has brought many changes. It actually looks at disability as a right rather than what we used to have. In 2003, we had the Disability Act, the first one of its kind. And now in 2025, we are talking about disability as a right. And from that, the way Gina has said, we are looking at compliance rather than voluntary inclusion, because in the past it was more of us trying to plead with employers to look at persons with disabilities as people who can contribute positively at the work environment. But now when you have merit, you are taken as any other person, so equality is supposed to kick in. The Disability Act of 2025 has brought three very important sections, section 21, 22 and 23, that focus on employment for persons with disabilities. So it has spelled out what would amount to discrimination, segregation, and also what should be reasonable accommodation. Over and above what people used to know as reasonable accommodation, which is obviously ramps, we have digital accessibility and also other components that amount to reasonable accommodation, like assistive devices and also assistance, like having someone like a reader for people who are blind, a sign language interpreter for people who are deaf. So reasonable accommodation varies from individual to individual. Even if we have the same disability, the other blind person might need more accommodation than I would need. So you should look at a person with a disability as a distinct individual, not the way people just fix and go. So you might have a deaf person, but the next deaf person comes with other needs. So when you look at such situations, then you provide reasonable accommodation according to what the person needs and not what you think that this person needs.
All right. So there is the aspect of, Jean, when you talk about employment and what has been set aside, it's at around 5%? 5%, right? Yeah. So 5% is what has been set to what everybody should adhere to. But this is Kenya. Enforcement of this is a problem. So from as stakeholders, how are we ensuring that what has been set aside, which is as per the law, must be achieved, and how are we faring so far?
Like I said, the law is about less than a year old, and so there's a lot of groundwork to be done in terms of sensitization, especially for our employers, for them to fully understand the law and the expectations that it has towards them. And we've also seen that the government has made certain commitments under the is it the Kenya Joint Disability
Strategy of 2025-2027.
I forgot that. But it made certain commitments with regard to employment, and so there's a lot of work to be done in terms of it's like, what would I say? Is it planting seeds? Like we've already this is the land that we are going to work on. But now we have to dig it, we have to till it, start planting seeds so that eventually we begin to see the fruits. So there's a lot of groundwork like organizations such as ourselves need to be doing to sensitize employers and to help them figure out, like in our structures and in our systems, what can we do to ensure that we are fulfilling the law, and what progressive changes can be made in our systems and in our policies. So like he had alluded to about the reasonable accommodation. Even in our policies, there need to be accommodation procedures. There needs to be, the law also provides for universal standard design on accessibility. So there are those basic standards that institutions need to have, need to start implementing so that we can start to look at also now what are the individual needs of every individual with disability. But there are those standards. But we know that these institutions, private and public, need a lot of support, and that's why we and other organizations in the disability space come together to start to create awareness, sensitize and advocate and provide every kind of support that they need so that they're able to implement the law.
How have things progressed or changed? Let's give it 10-year cap on all of this. Julius, when we think about the space that you have to exist in, sight assisted, obviously. How have things changed? Take 10 years ago to what you're experiencing now. It usually helps us to then be able to chart and say, okay, this is what is required.
I think the society has really embraced disability in a big way, because 10 years ago, even like walking in town by myself, you would feel the reluctancy from people to assist. And sometimes I'm in very tricky situations like crossing the road. I think over time, because of sensitization and awareness, people are becoming more educated on disability, because if you even date back 2 decades, people would think that disability is contagious. So even coming close to me becomes a problem. Again, the perception of persons with disabilities being a charity case has evolved over time, and now we are seen as capable people, in the society. Because 10 years ago, even walking into a room, you'd be seen like someone who's begging. I remember there's a time I was walking into a restaurant, and I was actually I was not given access because they thought I was there to beg because I have my white cane. But that has changed over time, because we have persons with disabilities who've gone over and above, to hold very significant positions in organizations. And also personally, you find that persons with disabilities are really developing themselves with their skill set, talent, and also how they are seen in the society, the outlook.
So how old is the law?
The law is it's clocking 1 year.
Clocking 1 year.
In May.
So when you talk about access, I'll just give you an example. When you talk about access, for what many Kenyans have always known is we just put a ramp that that pretty much has been when you talk about access. But nowadays, if you go even to an elevator, you'd find there is braille on the buttons, right?
Yes.
Nowadays, there is the need of having digital, even elevators that you hear the flow you're going to help you. Yes, the voice output. But there is also heavy infrastructure development that is needed, especially around bus stops, around the train stations, because it is based off what you see outside that you get will learn, because others you'd find just next to the train there is I don't know how to call them, but they're
tactile markings
that tell you where to stop and when it is to end and all that. This calls for major investment from the government perspective. All right. And this law was passed by Parliament. It is the president that signed it into law, right?
Yes.
Have we seen any move towards that? I know the new crossing around Haile Selassie has put in place elevators that will help with that. But are we seeing other places also investment into the same being done? If not, when? Because the law is not waiting for implementation. It has to be done now. So any engagement with the government that you're having to ensure that this is achieved?
I think for now it's mostly pushing for the government to allocate even resources towards these changes. And now we see that they have mandated the National Council to oversee that entire process. So pushing for more allocation of budgets, especially you see even in these public institutions, like just a normal building, public, just going to the washroom, you can tell that a person who even has a wheelchair is unable to access those spaces. So there's a lot of resources that is required towards making those infrastructural changes so that to support accessibility. And that even goes towards the private sector. There's a lot of investment that is required and a lot of support and mobilization of resources. We understand that it's going to be progressive from my perspective. Even to change our educational institutions, you find it's a handful of institutions that our kids can go to and they are very accessible. The restrooms are okay, the classrooms are good. You find the curriculum is set, they have the teachers that they need and they are not overwhelmed. So there's a lot of resources that is required for us to ensure that this law is fully implemented. And I think even in our space we are very alive to the fact of the kind of investment that is required. So just pushing for more resource allocation even from the private sector to set aside resources to make those changes.
So one of the things that a law does is that you put it in place so that everybody must abide by it. But one of the fundamental things that a law does as well is that then it activates the resources that are needed to allow that certain thing to happen. So one would have imagined, Julius, that with this law that came into being, we saw Senator Crystal Asige really fight to at least have the recognition that it was necessary for it to be done. Law brought in place and then passed. Parliament sat, read 1, 2, 3, it was passed. So it should have then activated the funds that were necessary to have this done. So before I ask the legislative question in terms of, okay, was the money then released? Have we seen it out there? What difference does it make when the funds are released for certain things to happen? What difference, whether it is somebody who lives with a hearing disability, whether it's someone who lives with a vision disability, whether it's someone who lives with a mobility disability, whatever the case may be, what does it do to change the existence of somebody for these things that we're asking for?
I think the first thing when resource allocation is done, budgetary allocation, for persons with disabilities, it's the relief, knowing that I will go to National Council and get the assistive device I need or get the assistance that I need for my daily activities or even for my productivity, say at the workplace. The second thing is we change a lot, because I normally say having a disability is very expensive, especially if you're at par with the society, because you need a lot of assistive technologies and all these cost money, and it's a lot of money. So for me to actually own a laptop that has a screen reader, that gives me access to what other people would consume on papers, So I would say when we have the laws, then we activate and implement the way it's supposed to be. That goes a long way to actually, out of the people who've been marginalized for the longest time, half of them get to go to the next level, which is now exploiting their potential on what they can do and how they can actually get into the job market and even beyond.
One thing that has happened for a very long time, even I know, Julius, that you are a motor vehicle reviewer, and with that and what you do as well, there's a lot that goes into how persons with disabilities are handled. Many think that if I give you a job, it's a favor. Inakusaidia too, or I'm doing that because the law says it, and not because the said individual that I'm talking to is qualified to be there. And with this, we see that in terms of even parks pay, it's because nakufanyia favor, or because you are here and you are reviewing someone would say, I don't think they can do a better job. And you find there's always inequality, there is injustice that goes into that. And that has been addressed by the law.
Yeah.
So in terms of the private sector, picking this up and understanding what the law says, right? So that there is equality walking the talk, because most of the time it's just talk. One will just look at the law and say, that is for others to follow.
Yeah.
How has it been for you in terms of discrimination when it comes to employment, and how then do you come in Jean, in making sure that awareness is out there and that even persons with disabilities know their rights, So I start with you, Julius.
I think for me, I've always used the opportunity to educate people, especially when they discriminate me or they think that I'm not as capable, because what you need to understand is that the wider society will always first look at the disability. So it's upon us to show them that the disability is an afterthought, because there is what I'm capable of and there is the skill sets that I come with. So like when I'm reviewing cars, that's not something, and I've been put to test. People even blindfold me, and which is crazy.
Yeah.
Because,
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
I mean, and there are certain provisions in the law that prohibits, even because in the past people would even take tests to prove that they have the disability, especially invisible disabilities. This has been prohibited, and actually it's you can be penalized for that. And discrimination now is very frowned upon, because in the past people, even employers, would get away with the fact that they feel that you have a disability. They even put you on a lower position that now they feel like, because you have a disability, you just linger around, But now, if I'm supposed to be at a managerial position and I am merited for that, and you don't put me on such position, or I acquire a disability in my duties, and you actually, because people have been retrenched, people have been sacked because of having a disability, and now the employer feels like you cannot contribute anymore. And this one now, and even for the private sector, they've been given tax incentives, which is tax reliefs. Yeah. So if you employ persons with disabilities, you're obligated to 25% of taxable income to be deducted, and that you have to prove through the National Council, because of course the employers who are ujanja. So they will try and mask themselves that they are giving back to the society. They have persons with disabilities. So you have to prove, because there are also ways of auditing. As Jean said, the National Council has auditors who will look into what you purport to have done and what is on ground and paper.
Okay.
Yeah.
For the longest time, it was as though the desire was for governments and or people who were in positions of influence to feel sorry for people living with disability. And what we're saying is that's not the case, because these are citizens of countries who have working brains, who are able to do anything that anybody else is able to do. But there is a demand on the system to say that previously, when you excluded members of the society, we are saying that the disability should not lead to that exclusion. That regardless of the disability, you now must do something extra to ensure that they can operate in our society like everybody else, right? So it's not a matter of feeling sorry for anybody. No. That there is a disability somewhere, but it is not an inability to function. I believe those are the tenets upon which we set this thing for the first place. Is there a general understanding, at the place where the laws are made, where the money is spent, is there a general understanding that we're not saying, look at Julius and feel bad because, he's vision impaired, or look at somebody who cannot move like you and let's feel sorry for them. No. Because with that feeling sorry, what you do is that you do the bare minimum as opposed to doing what is required for you to do so that everybody is living in an inclusive society. Is that understanding there?
I think for now, yes. I'd say, like he alluded to earlier, Julia said, initially the first law was more charitable based, like the favor aspect. You're doing me a favor. There are these people in society, so we need to do them a favor so that they're included. But right now, this is a rights-based approach. It is my right to be included in these spaces. It is my right to access opportunities in terms of employment, in terms of education. It is my right to participate in politics. It is my right to live a dignified and fulfilling life. So therefore, this law, what it does is set aside the whole yes, we want empathy, because we understand that when we are trying to talk to employers and sensitizing them, it also comes from a place of empathy. I need you to understand the Julius's experience, and even me, when you don't see me, maybe my disability is not visible, I need you to have an understanding and be empathetic. So when I understand, I'm able to take measures intentionally to change systems, because these systems are made by men, right? And it's the fact that it's the knowledge that I have on disability. So if the knowledge, the information is skewed against a person with disability, it means they need an intervention from other people who have an understanding of disability to change that perspective, so that when I change your perspective, it is easy for you to develop policy around disability so that it's inclusive for every single person, that I'm able to create these spaces. Why do we need to create spaces? Because, like she said earlier, you had set me aside, you had excluded me from society because you had a certain perspective around me, about me. So yes, there's a law which says this is my right, but then there's a need for a change of mindset. So that's where we come in, sensitizing employers, doing disability awareness training. And that's also one of the mandates of the National Council. One of the programs is to sensitize employers, provide awareness, because a lack of knowledge continues to propagate these misconceptions on disability. Yes.
You know, one thing that the easiest way to start dealing with, or rather getting rid of the notion out there, would be to start early, you know, because you'd find there is a population of individuals in this country who've gone through an entire education system with never being in class with someone with a disability. Hence the reason why there is that segregation and that warrior feeling that does exist in the society. So then brings the question in terms of there is what we need to do in terms of employment, right? There are the inclusion and everything else as per the law. But how about as a country we introduce a policy, you know, let us mingle with persons with disability from a very young age, from school. You know, I had privilege of being in a school where we had school for the deaf, and through that mingling you find sign language. I could pick a few things here and there, and you grow up with them being your friends. As gymnastics, there were some of the best gymnasts we had in school. And through starting early, through school early, and engaging with them, then people, a country grows knowing that someone with a disability is just like me. It's just a challenge they have, but we are, with what I can do, they can do, or even they can do it better than us. Perhaps, Julius, introducing these in the curriculum in schools and having these spaces created from primary ECD would be one solution to addressing the issues that we do have, especially on inclusivity.
Yeah, I would say, you know, the law that was repealed, the 2003, it had provided for special needs education system. And I went through that education system. What would be the disadvantage, and I like your approach, is that I went through primary school, high school, in a school for the blind, both primary and high school. But university, there is no university for the blind. So what happens? You get into a class of 300 students, like in my case, and I'm the only one, not only blind, but with any kind of disability. So it's upon you to actually start fighting the system, to show lecturers how to accommodate you with reasonable accommodation, like reading materials in soft copy, so that I can use my laptop to read for me. During exam, being given alternative formats for me to actually interact and sit for the same exam that others are sitting for. Over and above, also the mindset of the students, because these students, they've been through schools, but they've never interacted with anyone who's blind in their life. So it becomes like a shock to them. And now you have to navigate through the psychological, because now you have to really accommodate everyone, regardless. So there are those who are very ignorant, there are those who are very sympathetic, and there are those who are don't cares, So you have to accommodate all of this because you are the constant. Over and above, I had to really reset my mindset and perception, because now these people, they are coming from different backgrounds. But if they could be integrated from a young age, and this is what the new Disability Act has brought, which is inclusive education, where there are no schools for the blind and schools for the deaf and mainstream schools. You can take your student to any school, so long as the school provides the right tools and equipment, so that this student, regardless of their disability, they can learn in the same situation, same environment with the other students. Because that what that does is that they grow knowing that there are persons with disabilities in the community, and we are not supposed to exclude them.
Do you think we have dropped traditional cultural hang-ups as a society over the reasons behind disability, and does that contribute to then how we make laws and follow the laws? Because we seem to think that the people who make the laws or follow the laws are not part of society. They're human beings who grew up in those settings, who believed certain things about disability. And we can't say it because it's the truth, it's out there. People thought there was a curse or, some ridiculous stuff that has come up, Have we started to drop those and said, you know what, we're in progressive societies where we should be able to make laws, abide by them, and have an all-inclusive society? Jean, have we dropped those, or do we still have those hang-ups?
In my perspective, I think that when we are living in urban areas, there's a perception that we don't have those kinds of mindsets. But when you start to talk to people, you realize that they still have those mindsets, that some types of disability, if you find in a family there's more than one person with disability, this family has a curse. There's need for spiritual intervention or whatever. But even in our homes, I really feel, in my perspective, what I've seen is that those traditional mindsets have not changed, and that is why the law also provides punishments for abandonment, exclusion, ritual killings, because some of them are used for ritual killings. They are provided for that, even to the extent of punishment is life in imprisonment, because sometimes it ends in the death or complete segregation or exclusion of this person with disability. Because in my community or in my family, I've never had a person with disability. I don't know how to deal with them, especially if you have maybe this neurodivergent disabilities. You find sometimes wengine tunawaita wendazimu wenye wako kwa barabara, but then it's a mental illness that there's medication and there's support for it. But because of the perspective they have grown up understanding, I won't say, okay, we need to go to hospital. I'll go to either my traditional herbalist or whatever, or I'll go to my pastor. I'm not saying spiritual needs should not be met, but I'm saying also there are other things, medical support that is needed. And so my perspective, I do not believe that we have dropped those traditional thinking. I think that we're in an urban setting and we tend to hide those perspectives until someone now points it out, or someone says something out of turn and you're like, oh, Kube, this is the way you think. So we just hide it. But in the rural areas, it's not necessarily hidden. We know familia kina nani ao wakona wamekasio because they have all these people with disability, all their children. And then sometimes it's a genetic issue.
Hereditary.
Yes. Yeah, it's hereditary. So my perspective, what I've seen and what I've engaged in my community, and also just being in the disability space, I don't think those mindsets have changed. I think that we are just in the public eye or in spaces, you need to color it for us to look a certain way so that people don't think a certain way about you.
Oh, okay. So, Julius, education is still a necessity over some of these issues, do you think? and where should we take this education? And if I could just put a caveat there, because at the school level, and I'm talking about children growing up, we can really be mean. And it's not necessarily because we want to be. I find that people are mean because they do not understand. So if they understood, if they were educated, do you think that this would have an impact on some of the things that we see that Jean has even mentioned?
Yes, I think we overlook some aspects of education. We look at a school setup, right? Like when I lost my sight at the age of 10, I used to feel safe when I was in school rather than home. Why? The other parents would actually tell their kids, even when I'm hearing, like, don't play with Julius, you'll bring the curse home, right? And now that kid will grow up knowing that blind people are actually bad people, or that's a curse that I wouldn't want to associate with, right? So education should go beyond the school setup, and actually parents and caregivers should be part of this, so that they become ambassadors. And I remember my mom became my ambassador from a very young age. She used to now confront these parents and tell them, you can't discriminate my child just because he's blind. And this is not contagious. It's not like he'll bring the curse to your kid.
There's no curse in the first place.
There's no curse in the first place. But because of the mentality and, those traditional backgrounds, people grow up knowing that persons with disabilities, that's a bad omen, that's a burden, that's a curse. But if you're not shifted perspectives from a young age, then you'll never know that we are just like anyone else. And I normally tell people, this is a club that doesn't need membership. You can wake up in the morning and you're actually blind or deaf. Anything can happen. You might be going on with your daily activities and you get an accident, God forbid, and you join the club. Then who will prepare you for that, right? Then I think the other portion is for people who acquire disabilities at adulthood. That's something else that has been neglected, because people think that you're only born with a disability. There are those, and that's the biggest percentage. You acquire your disability when you're already an adult. So you now have to rearrange your life. You have to readjust to the new reality. I get calls almost every week. People asking me, I lost my sight during the riots. So how am I supposed to go about this? Rehabilitation. Making sure that now this person understands that this disability doesn't impair anything else. I normally say my disability didn't take anything from me, right? And that's how you start unlocking parts and potential that you didn't know you had. But if you're stuck to the disability, then you'll never see past the limitations.
You see, Jean, even as we talk about disability, what assists a person with disability is equally not affordable. We talk about those who need hearing devices. How much does it go for? We talk about a proper wheelchair. How much does it go for? A white cane, and there is cost involved with it, and that needs to be addressed. It is there. There are those who want to make bank with it, profits and all that. But then again, there has to be a hand that helps in, say, regulating the industry to make it affordable, because like we've said, it is an area that, as much as we say under the law that we are all equal under the law, but we recognize that there is necessary investment that needs to be put in place to assist persons with disability have that normalcy like everybody else, right? How are we going about it? Because you'd find many people don't have hearing aids because they're expensive. There are those who don't have because a wheelchair is not just a wheelchair. There's wheelchair for different cadres of disability. So how are we having these discussions? Because I know there is what the government does, but it does not get the population that we have today. How are we going about it? Or what should Kenyans do to make it easier?
I think there's a lot more that needs to be done in order for guys with different disabilities to be able to access these devices to support their work, to support their mobility needs or other kinds of needs. I'd still say the government does have a huge responsibility to create the environment for even the design and development and innovations. We need to support the innovations. There are so many people even here in Kenya who have come up with innovative ideas to provide the devices, but then they're also very expensive. So there's really a lot of resources that needs to be put into the ecosystem to support these innovators so that they develop these devices, so that eventually when they reach the individual that needs it, it's affordable for them to access. Even the children that need it, we know there are children already who need some of these devices. So we are saying that we are creating accessible schools. But if I don't have a wheelchair to go to, for me to move to go to school,
how do I get there?
Yes, and if my parent is unable to provide it, they are a caregiver, they cannot maybe do work as everyone else, they are unable to meet that need. It means I'm excluded from going to school, I'm excluded for fulfilling my talents and my desires at the end of it all. So I do know that the government has a huge role in providing this, creating this environment for it to be conducive for innovators, and even for the international innovators to come in and provide parts. Some of the things, some of these spare parts, they don't even get them in the country. They are not available for them to provide to develop these devices. And even getting just one device, a wheelchair, a white Kenya. Even let's say we talk about creating accessible workstations. Even the laptop, the technology, the software that is needed is actually very expensive for one person.
How much are we talking about here? Because we've said very expensive for like the white cane, which assists, like the one you have, Julius, which assists you. What does it do for you that you're able to feel your surroundings, you know, direction in which you're going, right?
Yes.
What does it do for you?
Yeah, for the weekend, this is like my eyes.
Yes.
I normally say my eyes are metallic. So I use it everywhere. And for people who've seen me before, you'll never see me without my white cane. But I had to import this actually. And for me to get it, I had to part with 10,000.
10,000 shillings?
Yes.
Okay.
And not many people can afford
10,000 shillings.
That's a lot of money.
Jean is alluding to screen readers.
Okay.
We have JAWS, which is paid for, right? Job access with speech. A license goes for 125,000.
A license to do what now?
To use now the software.
Okay.
So you renew the license.
That's a necessity for me. And this actually can get outdated. I think it goes for like 3-4 years.
4 years.
Yeah, and you have to buy another one, right? So I would say the government needs to support local manufacturing, innovations. People are coming up with solutions. We normally conduct a conference every other year, Inclusive Africa Conference, where we showcase different innovations and how persons with disabilities are tailor-making solutions. Because for me to actually go and buy a white cane at 10,000, that's ridiculous. But if the government supports at a local level, where now we can get, and that is in the new act, where tax incentives for local manufacturing is being done, so that for production, I'm not supposed to break an arm and a leg.
So can these be produced in Kenya?
They can be produced.
They can?
Yeah.
What would be needed? I mean, I think these are the conversations that we should be having.
Yeah.
What would be needed to produce white canes, for example? Because I shudder to think that there are young children, that there are adults who have to be confined to spaces because they don't have a white cane that, like you said, those are your eyes, it's providing direction, it's providing feeling of spaces, that there are folks who are confined to not moving because they cannot afford 10,000, I mean, come on, to use this. So, and there must be a way.
You know, it's crazy because 2024, I embarked on a journey to climb Kilimanjaro. I actually did 7 mountains in 3 months to fundraise for white canes, because this is the ultimate independent mobility for people who are blind and visually impaired. When we import from, say, China in bulk, then you find that the price goes down, because now you're importing in huge amounts. And when we look at local productions. We of course need the tools, equipment for production, and the material needed to produce. But when people are importing, I know one of my friends, it was very difficult for him to bring an equipment that was necessary for him to start producing gloves for sign language. This is because now for what you're bringing, you have to pay for taxes. And that has been there for the longest. I remember I had a campaign in 2023 called White Can Drive. We imported at very cheap, but when it got into the country, we had to pay for taxes. So now then it doubles, right? And these are not expenses that you actually anticipate. It's the cargo has landed. Now you're told, oh, this one has to be paid for. But you're like, this is an assistive device. But now I think we need to sensitize, and government agencies, they need to work together to understand that even when you're bringing equipment or say assistive devices that are supposed to help persons with disabilities, the tax reliefs are supposed to be activated at that point.
I agree. Or even just, if you just look at the reason why you're importing from China, perhaps it's because the continent does not have anyone who's manufacturing it.
Yes.
I think the bigger conversation then should be, if that is an open market that we do, what can the Kenya government do to help innovators who are there, in terms of research and development, so that we become the suppliers of the continent. It is a bigger conversation that should be had. But even while at it, there is the aspect of with where we find ourselves today, right? So there is what Aseto needs to chip in and do. Are we having drives, the private sector to play their role? Because I know there is also tax rebates in terms of CSR activities, and also just making sure that they also get reliefs and enjoy better tax at the end of the day. Are we seeing many more people tap into this, especially from the business side?
Right now, my perspective, since the law has just passed, there's a lot like awareness and sensitization that is required. There's a lot of structure, National Council, there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of sensitizing institutions. And for us, working in the disability space, we do have a convening, which is a summit for employers. So there we even connect them with innovators for assistive technology, connect them with documentation to develop best practices within the institution. So this convening of different employers from different sectors would help them now think through, how are we going to execute this law? How are we going to get access to these incentives, so that even when we are investing more resources into assistive technology, into creating accessible workspaces, there's some incentive, there's some support that we get from the state, in addition to fulfilling the law. So we do a lot of convening, like the summit you talked about, just to discuss innovations, and us discussing employment and other drives that we do, bringing together employers in different sectors in the country. We don't just do Nairobi, but across the country, so that we are able to sensitize employers and are able to show them this is what we have, because in our space we already have the expertise and the know-how to help employers fulfill these obligations, because we understand the government by itself is unable to really fulfill the law to its end, to its full intention. So that's when our institutions come in to support the government to do these things.
All right. So when we look at other jurisdictions, and oftentimes you say, well, we can't compare ourselves because we didn't start at the same place. But there's always something that we can emulate when it comes to that you wouldn't know, for example, that someone with disability could, drive a vehicle. They would be able to get from point A to point B because the support has then been provided across board. And do you think, or how do you think that collaborations ought to be? Because it is clear that putting all of our expectations on government is probably an exercise in futility. You can't do that. So whereas we say that it is not a favor that anybody's being done, the goodwill of many sectors then is called upon. Do you see that these collaborations can actually bring about, at the very least, state where folks can say we are crossing to the point whereby it is an inclusive society? Julius?
I think we don't live in a bubble, and there are so many examples to use. There's no excuse why private employer or the corporate should say that we've not seen this being done. It's being done all over, and even African countries are embracing accessibility, inclusion on exemplary levels. Even here, Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, I was there. Their built environment has progressively embraced persons with disabilities. They have the tactile markings. They have, like for a person who's blind, walking on a pavement, I can cross the road by myself. So we need to start emulating such examples and look into how we can, if say a country like Ghana or Nigeria, they are incorporating certain aspects to bring inclusion into the full spectrum, then why are we not collaborating with them to actually make it easier? Because we don't need to reinvent the wheel. We just need to, make it better,
adjust
and make improvements, right? So I would say for business and private sector, they don't need to, and most of the time there are people who are like, oh, we wait for the government to do ABCD, right? But if that is not activated, then you're always there, just waiting. So we can be pacemakers from the private sector. Different sectors can embrace persons with disabilities, like tourism. For the longest time, people thought that persons with disabilities don't go to these destinations. But we actually don't go because we fear the unknown, because we don't know how we'll be treated when you're there. We don't know if there is reasonable accommodation and accessibility, but we have disposable income. We have people who can spend over 100,000 and they have disabilities. And think about it. When you make it accessible for persons with disabilities, they don't walk by themselves.
They come assisted.
Like for me, I'll come with my assistant, my guide. Someone on a wheelchair, they'll come with their the person who's assisting them. For neurodiverse, they'll come with their caregivers. So you're actually making business for everyone.
Across board.
Yes, and the community is very small, so we make referrals.
Absolutely.
So if you're not accommodative for persons with disabilities, we'll actually make that known to the disability community. We'll tell them, don't go to point A because I went there, the service was not, it was not inclusive. But you make it inclusive, and I come experience, I shout to everyone.
Absolutely. And these are the conversations that we should have, and we're grateful that you joined us to have this morning, so that we can look into the possibilities for the future, but also look at the necessities in terms of conversations and discourse for today. Julius Bura is the head of advocacy with Enable, and Jean Okoh, program officer, Riziki Source. Thank you both of you for being here this morning to have this conversation with us as we delve into these necessary matters. Asante sana.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. And for everybody else, thank you for being here this morning, for us to have these conversations with and with you. From us to you, thank you for being a part of Kenya's biggest conversation this Tuesday. We'll talk again tomorrow, God willing. Good morning at 10:02.
The latest news from around the world. 94.4 Spice FM.